Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Alright, let me go ahead and here we go with the book. We're gonna go ahead and get it reading.
Perhaps it was the number of
Enjoy.
voices. The group seemed bigger than any family in the valley. Without thinking, he stepped off the road and slipped behind the underbrush lining the copse. "What are you doing?" whispered Baldor. Roran put a finger to his lips, then crept along, parallel to the road, keeping his footsteps as quiet as possible. As they rounded the bend, he froze. On the grass by the road was a camp of soldiers.
Good.
30 helmets gleamed in a shaft of morning light as their owners devoured fowl and stew cooked over several fires. The men were mud-splattered and travel-stained, but Galbatorix's symbol was still visible on their red tunics, a twisting flame outlined in gold thread. Underneath the tunics, they wore leather brigandines, heavy with riveted squares of steel, mail shirts, and then padded gambesons. Most of the soldiers bore broadswords, though half a dozen were archers and another half-dozen carried wicked-looking halberds. And hunched in their midst were two twisted black forms that Roran recognized from the numerous descriptions the villagers provided upon his return from Nurensford, the strangers who had destroyed his farm. His blood chilled. They're servants of the Empire. He began to step forward, fingers already reaching for an arrow, when Baldor grabbed his jerkin and dragged him to the ground. "Don't. You'll get us both killed." Roran glared at him, then snarled. They're the bastards." He stopped, noticing that his hands were shaking. "They've returned." "Roran," whispered Baldor intently, "you can't do anything. Look, they work for the king. Even if you managed to escape, you'd be an outlaw everywhere, and you'd bring disaster on Carvajal." "What do they want? What can they want? The king. Why did Galbatorix countenance my father's torture? If they didn't get what they needed from Garrow, and Aragon fled with Brom, then they must want you." Baldor paused, letting the words sink in. "We have to get back and warn everyone. Then you have to hide. The strangers are the only ones with horses. We can get there first if we run." Roran stared through the brush at the oblivious soldiers. His heart pounded fiercely for revenge, clamoring to attack and fight, to see those two agents of misfortune pierced with arrows and brought to their own justice. It mattered not that he would die as long as he could wash clean his pain and sorrow in one fell moment. All he had to do was break cover. The rest would take care of itself. Just one small step. With a choked sob, he clenched his fist and dropped his head. "I can't leave Katrina." He remained rigid, eyes squeezed shut, then with agonizing slowness dragged himself back. "Home then." Without waiting for Baldor's reaction, Roran slipped through the trees as fast as he dared. Once the camp was out of sight, he broke out onto the road and ran down the dirt track, channeling his frustration, anger, and even fear into speed. Baldor scrambled behind him, gaining on the open stretches. Roran slowed to a comfortable trot and waited for him to draw level before saying, "You spread the word." "I'll talk with Horst." Baldor nodded, and they pushed on. After 2 miles, they stopped to drink and rest briefly. When their panting subsided, they continued through the low hills preceding Carvajal. The rolling ground slowed them considerably, but even so, the village soon burst into view. Roran immediately broke for the forge, leaving Baldor to make his way to the center of town. As he pounded past the houses, Roran wildly considered schemes to evade or kill the strangers without incurring the wrath of the Empire. He burst into the forge to catch Horst tapping a peg into the side of Quimby's wagon, singing, "Hey-oh!" And a ringing and a dinging rang from Old Iron. Wily Old Iron. With a beat and a bang on the bones of the land. "I conquered wily Old Iron." Horst stopped his mallet in mid-blow when he saw Roran. "What's the matter, lad? Is Baldor hurt?" Roran shook his head and leaned over, gasping for air. In short bursts, he reiterated all they had seen and its possible implications, most importantly that it was now clear the strangers were agents of the Empire. Horst fingered his beard. "You have to leave Carvajal. Fetch some food from the house, then take my mare, Ivor's pulling stumps with her, and ride into the foothills. Once we know what the soldiers want, I'll send Albrecht or Baldor with word. What will you say if they ask for me? That you're out hunting and we don't know when you'll return. It's true enough, and I doubt they'll chance blundering around in the trees for fear of missing you. Assuming it's you they're really after. Roran nodded, then turned and ran to Horst's house. Inside, he grabbed the mare's tack and bags from the wall, quickly tied turnips, beets, jerky, and a loaf of bread in a knot of blankets, snatched up a tin pot, and dashed out, pausing only long enough to explain the situation to Elaine. The supplies were an awkward bundle in his arms as he jogged east from Carbajal to Ivor's farm. Ivor himself stood behind the farmhouse, flicking the mare with a willow wand as she strained to tear the hairy roots of an elm tree from the ground. "Come on now," shouted the farmer. "Put your back into it." The horse shuddered with effort, her bit lathered, then with a final surge tilted the stump on its side so the roots reached toward the sky like a cluster of gnarled fingers. Ivor stopped her exertion with a twitch of the reins and patted her good-naturedly. "All right, there we go." Roran hailed him from a distance and, when they were close, pointed to the horse. "I need to borrow her." He gave his reasons. Ivor swore and began unhitching the mare, grumbling, "Always the moment I get a bit of work done, that's when the interruption comes." Never before. He crossed his arms and frowned as Roran cinched the saddle, intent on his work. When he was ready, Roran swung onto the horse, bow in hand. "I am sorry for the trouble, but it can't be helped." "Well, don't worry about it. Just make sure you aren't caught." "I'll do that." As he set heels to the mare's sides, Roran heard Ivor call, "And don't be hiding up my creek." Roran grinned and shook his head, bending low over the horse's neck. He soon reached the foothills of the spine and worked his way up to the mountains that formed the north end of Palanker Valley. From there he climbed to a point on the mountainside where he could observe Carbajal without being seen. Then he picketed his steed and settled down to wait. Roran shivered, eyeing the dark pines. He disliked being this close to the spine. Hardly anyone from Carbajal dared set foot in the mountain range, and those who did often failed to return. Before long Roran saw the soldiers march up the road in a double line, two ominous black figures at their head. They were stopped at the edge of Carbajal by a ragged group of men, some of them with picks in hand. The two sides spoke, then simply faced each other, like growling dogs waiting to see who would strike first. After a long moment, the men of Carbajal moved aside and let the intruders pass. "What happens now?" wondered Roran, rocking back on his heels. By evening the soldiers had set up camp in a field adjacent to the village. Their tents formed a low gray block that flickered with weird shadows as sentries patrolled the perimeter. In the center of the block, a large fire sent billows of smoke into the air. Roran had made his own camp, and now he simply watched and thought. He always assumed that when the strangers destroyed his home, they got what they wanted, which was the stone Aragon brought from the spine. They must not have found it, he decided. Perhaps Aragon managed to escape with the stone. Perhaps he felt that he had to leave in order to protect it. He frowned. That would go a long way toward explaining why Aragon fled, but it still seemed far-fetched to Roran. Whatever the reason, that stone must be a fantastic treasure for the king to send so many men to retrieve it. "I can't understand what would make it so valuable. Maybe it's magic." He breathed deeply of the cool air, listening to the hoot of an owl. A flicker of movement caught his attention. Glancing down the mountain, he saw a man approaching in the forest below. Roran ducked behind a boulder, bow drawn. He waited until he was sure it was Albrecht, then whistled softly. Albrecht soon arrived at the boulder. On his back was an overfull pack, which he dropped to the ground with a grunt. "I thought I'd never find you." "I'm surprised you did. Can't say I enjoyed wandering through the forest after sundown. I kept expecting to walk into a bear, or worse. The spine isn't a fit place for men, if you ask me." Roran looked back out at Carbajal. "So why are they here?" "To take you into custody. They're willing to wait as long as they have to for you to return from hunting." Quote. Roran sat with a hard thump, his gut clenched with cold anticipation. Did they give a reason? Did they mention the stone? Albrecht shook his head. "All they would say is that it's the king's business. The whole day they've been asking questions about you and Aragon, it's all they're interested in." He hesitated. "I'd stay, but they'll notice if I am missing tomorrow. I brought plenty of food and blankets, plus some of Gertrude's salves in case you injure yourself. You should be fine up here." Summoning his energy, Roran smiled. "Thanks for the help. Anyone would do it," said Albrecht with an embarrassed shrug. He started to leave, then tossed over his shoulder. By the way, the two strangers, they're called the Razak. Saphira's promise. The morning after meeting with the Council of Elders, Aragon was cleaning and oiling Saphira's saddle, careful not to overexert himself, when Auric came to visit. The dwarf waited until Aragon finished with a strap, then asked, "Are you better today?" "A little." "Good, we all need our strength. I came partly to see to your health and also because Hrothgar wishes to speak with you, if you are free." Aragon gave the dwarf a wry smile. "I'm always free for him. He must know that." Auric laughed. "Ah, but it's polite to ask nicely." As Aragon put down the saddle, Saphira uncoiled from her padded corner and greeted Auric with a friendly growl. "Morning to you as well," he said with a bow. Auric led them through one of Trondheim's four main corridors, toward its central chamber and the two mirroring staircases that curved underground to the Dwarf King's throne room. Before they reached the chamber, however, he turned down a small flight of stairs. It took Aragon a moment to realize that Auric had taken a side passageway to avoid seeing the wreckage of Isidor Mithrim. They came to a stop before the granite doors engraved with a seven-pointed crown. 7 armored dwarves on each side of the entrance pounded the floor simultaneously with the hafts of their mattocks. With the echoing thud of wood on stone, the doors swung inward. Aragon nodded to Auric, then entered the dim room with Saphira. They advanced toward the distant throne, passing the rigid statues, Herna, of past dwarf kings. At the foot of the heavy black throne, Aragon bowed. The dwarf king inclined his silver-maned head in return, the rubies wrought into his golden helm glowing dully in the light like flecks of hot iron. Bolland, the war hammer, lay across his mail-sheathed legs. Hrothgar spoke. "Shadeslayer, welcome to my hall. You have done much since last we met. And, so it seems, I have been proved wrong about Zarok. Morzen's blade will be welcome in Trondheim so long as you bear it." "Thank you," said Aragon, rising. "Also," rumbled the dwarf, "we wish you to keep the armor you wore in the Battle of Farthendur. Even now our most skilled smiths are repairing it. The dragon armor is being treated likewise, and when it is restored, Saphira may use it as long as she wishes, or until she outgrows it. This is the least we can do to show our gratitude. If it weren't for the war with Galbatorix, there would be feasts and celebrations in your name, but those must wait until a more appropriate time." Voicing both his and Saphira's sentiment, Aragon said, "You are generous beyond all expectations. We will cherish such noble gifts." Clearly pleased, Hrothgar nevertheless scowled, bringing his snarled eyebrows together. "We cannot linger on pleasantries, though. I am besieged by the clans with demands that I do one thing or another about Ajahad's successor. When the Council of Elders proclaimed yesterday that they would support Nasuda, it created an uproar the likes of which I haven't seen since I ascended to the throne. The chiefs had to decide whether to accept Nasuda or look for another candidate. Most have concluded that Nasuda should lead the Varden, but I wish to know where you stand on this, Aragon, before I lend my word to either side. The worst thing a king can do is look foolish." "How much can we tell him?" Aragon asked Saphira, thinking quickly. "He's always treated us fairly, but we can't know what he may have promised other people. We'd best be cautious until Nasuda actually takes power." "Very well. Saphira and I have agreed to help her. We won't oppose her ascension. And," Aragon wondered if he was going too far, "I plead that you do the same. The Varden can't afford to fight among themselves. They need unity." "Oe," said Hrothgar, leaning back, "you speak with new authority. Your suggestion is a good one, but it will cost a question. Do you think Nasuda will be a wise leader, or are there other motives in choosing her?" "It's a test," warned Saphira. "He wants to know why we've backed her." Aragon felt his lips twitch in a half-smile. "I think her wise and canny beyond her years. She will be good for the Varden." "And that is why you support her?" "Yes." Hrothgar nodded, dipping his long, snowy beard. "That relieves me. There has been too little concern lately with what is right and good, and more about what will bring individual power. It is hard to watch such idiocy and not be angry." An uncomfortable silence fell between them, stifling in the long throne room. To break it, Aragon asked, "What will be done with the Dragonhold? Will a new floor be laid down?" For the first time, the king's eyes grew mournful, deepening the surrounding lines that splayed like spokes on a wagon wheel. It was the closest Aragon had ever seen a dwarf come to weeping. Much talk is needed before that step can be taken. It was a terrible deed, what Saphira and Arya did. Maybe necessary, but terrible. It might have been better if the Urgles had overrun us before Isidor Mithrim was ever broken. The heart of Trondheim has been shattered, and so has ours. Hrothgar placed his fist over his breast, then slowly unclenched his hand and reached down to grasp Balin's leather-wrapped handle. Saphira touched Aragon's mind. He sensed several emotions in her, but what surprised him the most was her remorse and guilt. She truly regretted the Star Rose's demise, despite the fact that it had been required. "Little one," she said, "help me. I need to speak with Hrothgar. Ask him, do the dwarves have the ability to reconstruct Isidar Mithrim out of the shards?" As he repeated the words, Hrothgar muttered something in his own language, then said, "The skill we have, but what of it? The task would take months or years, and the end result would be a ruined mockery of the beauty that once graced Trondheim. It is an abomination I will not sanction." Saphira continued to stare unblinkingly at the king. "Now tell him, if Isidar Mithrim were put together again, with not one piece missing, I believe I could make it whole once more." Aragon gaped at her, forgetting Hrothgar in his astonishment. "Saphira, the energy that would require. You told me yourself that you can't use magic at will, so what makes you sure you can do this?" "I can do it if the need is great enough. It will be my gift to the dwarves. Remember Brahm's tomb, let that wash your doubt away. And close your mouth, it's unbecoming and the king is watching." When Aragon conveyed Saphira's offer, Hrothgar straightened with an exclamation. "Is it possible? Not even the elves might attempt such a feat. She is confident in her abilities. Then we will rebuild Isidar Mithrim, no matter if it takes 100 years. We will assemble a frame for the gem and set each piece into its original place. Not a single chip will be forgotten. Even if we must break the larger pieces to move them, it will be done with all our skill in working stone, so that no dust or flecks are lost. You will come then, when we are finished, and heal the Star Rose." "We will come," agreed Aragon, bowing. Hrothgar smiled, and it was like the cracking of a granite wall. "Such joy you have given me, Saphira. I feel once more a reason to rule and live. If you do this, dwarves everywhere will honor your name for uncounted generations. Go now with my blessings while I spread the tidings among the clans. And do not feel bound to wait upon my announcement, for no dwarf should be denied this news. Convey it to all whom you meet. May the halls echo with the jubilation of our race." With one more bow, Aragon and Saphira departed, leaving the dwarf king still smiling on his throne. Out of the hall, Aragon told Oric what had transpired. The dwarf immediately bent and kissed the floor before Saphira. He rose with a grin and clasped Aragon's arm, saying, "A wonder indeed. You have given us exactly the hope we needed to combat recent events. There will be drinking tonight, I wager. And tomorrow is the funeral." Oric sobered for a moment. "Tomorrow, yes. But until then we shall not let unhappy thoughts disturb us. Come." Taking Aragon's hand, the dwarf pulled him through Trondheim to a great feast hall where many dwarves sat at stone tables. Oric leapt onto one, scattering dishes across the floor, and in a booming voice proclaimed the news of Isidar Mithrim. Aragon was nearly deafened by the cheers and shouts that followed. Each of the dwarves insisted on coming to Saphira and kissing the floor as Oric had. When that was finished, they abandoned their food and filled their stone tankards with beer and mead. Aragon joined the revelry with an abandon that surprised him. It helped to ease the melancholy gathered in his heart. However, he did try to resist complete debauchery, for he was conscious of the duties that awaited them the following day and he wanted to have a clear head. Even Saphira took a sip of mead, and finding that she liked it, the dwarves rolled out a whole barrel for her. Delicately lowering her mighty jaws through the cask's open end, she drained it with 3 long draughts, then tilted her head toward the ceiling and belched a giant tongue of flame. It took several minutes for Aragon to convince the dwarves that it was safe to approach her again, but once he did, they brought her another barrel, overriding the cook's protests, and watched with amazement as she emptied it as well. As Saphira became increasingly inebriated, her emotions and thoughts washed through Aragon with more and more force. It became difficult for him to rely upon the input of his own senses. Her vision began to slip over his own, blurring movement and changing colors. Even the odors he smelled shifted at times, becoming sharper, more pungent. The dwarfs began to sing together. Weeping as she stood, Saphira hummed along, punctuating each line with a roar. Aragon opened his mouth to join in and was shocked when, instead of words, out came the snarling rasp of a dragon's voice. That, he thought, shaking his head, is going too far. Or am I just drunk? He decided it did not matter and proceeded to sing boisterously, dragon's voice or not. Dwarves continued to stream into the hall as word of Isidar Mithrim spread. Hundreds soon packed the tables, with a thick ring around Aragon and Saphira. Auric called in musicians who arranged themselves in a corner, where they pulled slipcovers of green velvet off their instruments. Soon harps, lutes, and silver flutes floated their gilded melodies over the throng. Many hours passed before the noise and excitement began to calm. When it did, Auric once more climbed onto the table. He stood there, legs spread wide for balance, tankard in hand, iron-bound cap awry, and cried, "Here, here. At last we have celebrated it as proper. The Urgles are gone, the shade is dead, and we have won." The dwarves all pounded their tables in approval. It was a good speech, short and to the point. But Auric was not finished. To Aragon and Saphira, he roared, lifting the tankard. This too was well received. Aragon stood and bowed, which brought more cheers. Beside him, Saphira reared and swung a foreleg across her chest, attempting to duplicate his move. She tottered, and the dwarves, realizing their danger, scrambled away from her. They were barely in time. With a loud whoosh, Saphira fell backward, landing flat on a banquet table. Pain shot through Aragon's back and he collapsed insensate by her tail. Requiem. Wake, Nerlium, you cannot sleep now. We are needed at the gate. They won't start without us. Aragon forced his eyes open, conscious of an aching head and sore body. He was lying on a cold stone table. What? He grimaced at the sick taste on his tongue. Auric tugged on his brown beard. Ajahad's procession. We must be present for it. No, what did you call me? They were still in the banquet hall, but it was empty except for him, Auric, and Saphira, who lay on her side between two tables. She stirred and lifted her head, looking around with bleary eyes. Stonehead. I called you Stonehead because I've been trying to wake you for almost an hour. Aragon pushed himself upright and slid off the table. Flashes of memory from the night before jumped through his mind. Saphira, how are you? He asked, stumbling to her. She swiveled her head, running her crimson tongue in and out over her teeth, like a cat that ate something unpleasant. Whole, I think. My left wing feels a bit strange. I think it's the one I landed on. And my head is filled with 1,000 hot arrows. Was anyone hurt when she fell? Asked Aragon, concerned. A hearty chuckle exploded from the dwarf's thick chest. Only those who dropped off their seats from laughing so hard. A dragon getting drunk and bowing at that. I'm sure lays will be sung about it for decades. Saphira shuffled her wings and looked away primly. We thought it best to leave you here, since we couldn't move you, Saphira. It upset the head cook terribly. He feared you would drink more of his best stock than the 4 barrels you already did. And you chastised me once for drinking. If I consumed 4 barrels, it would kill me. That's why you're not a dragon. Auric thrust a bundle of clothes into Aragon's arms. Here, put these on. They are more appropriate for a funeral than your own attire. But hurry, we have little time. Aragon struggled into the items. A billowy white shirt with ties at the cuffs, a red vest decorated with gold braiding and embroidery, dark pants, shiny black boots that flapped on the floor, and a swirling cape that fastened under his throat with a studded brooch. In place of the usual plain leather band, Zarok was fastened to an ornate belt. Aragon splashed his face with water and tried to arrange his hair neatly. Then Auric rushed him and Saphira out of the hall and toward Trondheim's south gate. We must start from there, he explained, moving with surprising speed on his stocky legs, because that is where the procession with Ajahad's body stopped 3 days ago. His journey to the grave cannot be interrupted, or else his spirit will find no rest. An odd custom, remarked Saphira. Aragon agreed, noting a slight unsteadiness in her gait. In Carvajal, people were usually buried on their farm, or if they lived in the village, in a small graveyard. The only rituals that accompanied the process were lines recited from certain ballads and a death feast held afterward for relatives and friends. Can you make it through the whole funeral? He asked as Saphira staggered again. She grimaced briefly. That and Nasuda's appointment, but then I'll need to sleep. A pot's on all me. Returning to his conversation with Auric, Aragon asked, where will a jihad be buried? Auric slowed and glanced at Aragon with caution. That has been a matter of contention among the clans. When a dwarf dies, we believe he must be sealed in stone or else he will never join his ancestors. It is complex and I cannot say more to an outsider, but we go to great lengths to assure such a burial. Shame falls on a family or clan if they allow any of their own to lie in a lesser element. Under Farthendur exists a chamber that is the home of all Kn Erlen, all dwarves, who have died here. It is there a jihad will be taken. He cannot be entombed with us, as he is human, but a hallowed alcove has been set aside for him. There the Varden may visit him without disturbing our sacred grottos, and a jihad will receive the respect he is due. Your king has done much for the Varden, commented Aragon. Something too much. Before the thick gate, drawn up on its hidden chains to reveal faint daylight drifting into Farth and Dur, they found a carefully arranged column. The jihad lay at the front, cold and pale on a white marble bier borne by 6 men in black armor. Upon his head was a helm strewn with precious stones. His hands were clasped beneath his collarbone, over the ivory hilt of his bare sword, which extended from underneath the shield covering his chest and legs. Silver mail, like circlets of moonbeams, weighed down his limbs and fell onto the bier. Close behind the body stood Nasuda, grave, sable-cloaked, and strong in stature, though tears adorned her countenance. To the side was Hrothgar in dark robes, then Arya, the council of elders, all with suitably remorseful expressions, and finally a stream of mourners that extended a mile from Trondheim. Every door and archway of the 4-story high hall that led to the central chamber of Trondheim, half a mile away, was thrown open and crowded with humans and dwarves alike. Between the gray bands of faces, the long tapestries swayed as they were brushed with hundreds of sighs and whispers when Saphira and Aragon came into view. Jormungandr beckoned for them to join him. Trying not to disturb the formation, Aragon and Saphira picked through the column to the space by his side, earning a disapproving glare from Sabre. Oric went to stand behind Hrothgar. Together they waited, though for what, Aragon knew not. All the lanterns were shuttered halfway so that a cool twilight suffused the air, lending an ethereal feel to the event. No one seemed to move or breathe. For a brief moment, Aragon fancied that they were all statues frozen for eternity. A single plume of incense drifted from the bier, winding toward the hazy ceiling as it spread the scent of cedar and juniper. It was the only motion in the hall, a whiplash line undulating sinuously from side to side. Deep in Trondheim, a drum gonged. Boom. The sonorous bass note resonated through their bones, vibrating the city mountain and causing it to echo like a great stone bell. They stepped forward. Boom. On the second note, another, lower drum melded with the first, each beat rolling inexorably through the hall. The force of the sound propelled them along at a majestic pace. It gave each step significance, a purpose and gravity suited to the occasion. No thought could exist in the throbbing that surrounded them, only an upwelling of emotion that the drums expertly beguiled, summoning tears and bittersweet joy at the same time. Boom. When the tunnel ended, Ajahad's bearers paused between the onyx pillars before gliding into the central chamber. There Aragon saw the dwarves grow even more solemn upon beholding Isidar Mithrim. Boom. They walked through a crystal graveyard. A circle of towering shards lay in the center of the great chamber, surrounding the inlaid hammer and pentacles. Many pieces were larger than Saphira. The rays of the star sapphire still shimmered in the fragments, and on some, petals of the carved rose were visible. Boom. The bearers continued forward, between the countless razor edges. Then the procession turned and descended broad flights of stairs to the tunnels below. Through many caverns they marched, passing stone huts where dwarven children clutched their mothers and stared with wide eyes. Boom. And with that final crescendo, they halted under ribbed stalactites that branched over a great catacomb lined with alcoves. In each alcove lay a tomb carved with a name and clan crest. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, were buried here. The only light came from sparsely placed red lanterns, pale in the shadows. After a moment, the bearers strode to a small room annexed to the main chamber. In the center, on a raised platform, was a great crypt open to waiting darkness. On the top was carved in runes. May all, Nerlin, humans, and elves, remember this man. For he was noble, strong, and wise. Guntera Aruna. When the mourners were gathered around, a jihad was lowered into the crypt, and those who had known him personally were allowed to approach. Aragon and Saphira were fifth in line, behind Arya. As they ascended the marble steps to view the body, Aragon was gripped by an overwhelming sense of sorrow, his anguish compounded by the fact that he considered this as much Murtaugh's funeral as Ajahad's. Stopping alongside the tomb, Aragon gazed down at a jihad. He appeared far more calm and tranquil than he ever did in life, as if death had recognized his greatness and honored him by removing all traces of his worldly cares. Aragon had known a jihad only a short while, but in that time he had come to respect him both as a person and for what he represented, freedom from tyranny. Also, the jihad was the first person to grant safe haven to Aragon and Saphira since they left Palancar Valley. Stricken, Aragon tried to think of the greatest praise he could give. In the end, he whispered past the lump in his throat, "You will be remembered, a jihad. I swear it. Rest easy knowing that Nasuda shall continue your work and the Empire will be overthrown because of what you accomplished." Conscious of Saphira's touch on his arm, Aragon stepped off the platform with her and allowed Jormungandr to take his place. When at last everyone had paid their respects, Nasuda bowed over a jihad and touched her father's hand, holding it with gentle urgency. Uttering a pained groan, she began to sing in a strange, wailing language, filling the cavern with her lamentations. Then came 12 dwarves, who slid a marble slab over Ajahad's upturned face. And he was no more. Fealty. Aragon yawned and covered his mouth as people filed into the underground amphitheater. The spacious arena echoed with a babble of voices discussing the funeral that had just concluded. Aragon sat on the lowest tier, level with the podium. With him were Auric, Arya, Hrothgar, Nasuda, and the Council of Elders. Saphira stood on the row of stairs that cut upward through the tiers. Leaning over, Auric said, "Ever since Korgan, each of our kings has been chosen here. It's fitting that the Varden should do likewise." It's yet to be seen, thought Aragon, if this transfer of power will remain peaceful. He rubbed an eye, brushing away fresh tears. The funeral ceremony had left him shaken. Lathered over the remnants of his grief, anxiety now twisted his gut. He worried about his own role in the upcoming events. Even if all went well, he and Saphira were about to make potent enemies. His hand dropped to Zarok and tightened on the pommel. It took several minutes for the amphitheater to fill. Then Jormungandr stepped up to the podium. "People of the Varden, we last stood here 15 years ago, at Denner's death. His successor, a jihad, did more to oppose the Empire and Galbatorix than any before. He won countless battles against superior forces. He nearly killed Durza, putting a scratch on the Shade's blade. And greatest of all, he welcomed Ryder Aragon and Saphira into Trondheim. However, a new leader must be chosen, one who will win us even more glory." Someone high above shouted, "Shadeslayer." Aragon tried not to react. He was pleased to see that Jormungandr did not even blink. He said, "Perhaps in years to come, but he has other duties and responsibilities now." "No, the Council of Elders has thought long on this. We need one who understands our needs and wants, one who has lived and suffered alongside us. One who refused to flee, even when battle was imminent." At that moment, Aragon sensed comprehension rush through the listeners. The name came as a whisper from 1,000 throats and was uttered by Jormungandr himself, Nasuda. With a bow, Jormungandr stepped aside. Next was Arya. She surveyed the waiting audience, then said, "The elves honor a jihad tonight. And on behalf of Queen Islandzadi, I recognize Nasuda's ascension and offer her the same support and friendship we extended to her father. May the stars watch over her." Hrothgar took the podium and stated gruffly, "I too support Nasuda, as do the clans." He moved aside. Then it was Aragon's turn. Standing before the crowd, with all eyes upon him and Saphira, he said, "We support Nasuda as well." Saphira growled in affirmation. Pledges spoken, the Council of Elders lined themselves on either side of the podium, Jormungandr at their head. Bearing herself proudly, Nasuda approached and knelt before him, her dress splayed in raven billows. Raising his voice, Jormungandr said, "By the right of inheritance and succession, we have chosen Nasuda. By merit of her father's achievements and the blessings of her peers, we have chosen Nasuda. I now ask you, have we chosen well?" The roar was overwhelming. "Yes." Jormungandr nodded. "Then by the power granted to this council, we pass the privileges and responsibilities accorded to a jihad to his only descendant, Nasuda." He gently placed a circlet of silver on Nasuda's brow. Taking her hand, he lifted her upright and pronounced, "I give you our new leader." For 10 minutes, the Varden and dwarves cheered, thundering their approbation until the hall rang with the clamor. Once their cries subsided, Sabre motioned to Aragon, whispering, "Now is the time to fulfill your promise." At that moment, all noise seemed to cease for Aragon. His nervousness disappeared too, swallowed in the tide of the moment. Steeling himself with a breath, he and Saphira started toward Jormungandr and Nasuda, each step an eternity. As they walked, he stared at Sabre, Elisari, Numerth, and Falbert, noting their half-smiles, smugness, and on Sabre's part, outright disdain. Behind the council members stood Arya. She nodded in support. "We are about to change history," said Saphira. "We're throwing ourselves off a cliff without knowing how deep the water below is. Ah, but what a glorious flight." With a brief look at Nasuda's serene face, Aragon bowed and kneeled. Slipping Zarok from its sheath, he placed the sword flat on his palms, then lifted it, as if to proffer it to Jormungandr. For a moment, the sword hovered between Jormungandr and Nasuda, teetering on the wire edge of two different destinies. Aragon felt his breath catch. Such a simple choice to balance a life on. And more than a life, a dragon, a king, an empire. Then his breath rushed in, filling his lungs with time once again, and he swung to face Nasuda. Out of deep respect and appreciation of the difficulties facing you, I, Aragon, first rider of the Varden, Shadeslayer and Argetlam, give you my blade and my fealty, Nasuda. The Varden and dwarves stared, dumbstruck. In that same instant, the Council of Elders flashed from triumphant gloating to enraged impotence. Their glares burned with the strength and venom of those betrayed. Even Elisari let outrage burst through her pleasant demeanor. Only Jormungandr, after a brief jolt of surprise, seemed to accept the announcement with equanimity. Nasuda smiled and grasped Zarok, placing the sword's tip on Aragon's forehead, just as before. I am honored that you choose to serve me, Rider Aragon. I accept, as you accept all the responsibilities accompanying the station. Rise as my vassal and take your sword. Aragon did so, then stepped back with Saphira. With shouts of approval, the crowd rose to their feet, the dwarves stamping in rhythm with their hobnail boots while human warriors banged swords across shields. Turning to the podium, Nasuda gripped it on either side and looked up at all the people in the amphitheater. She beamed at them, pure joy shining from her face. People of the Varden. Silence. As my father did before me, I give my life to you and our cause. I will never cease fighting until the Urgles are vanquished, Galbatorix is dead, and Algesia is free once more. More cheering and applause. Therefore, I say to you, now is the time to prepare. Here in Farthendur, after endless skirmishes, we won our greatest battle. It is our turn to strike back. Galbatorix is weak after losing so many forces, and there will never again be such an opportunity. Therefore, I say again, now is the time to prepare so that we may once more stand victorious. After more speeches by various personages, including a still glowering Falbert, the amphitheater began to empty. As Aragon stood to leave, Auric grasped his arm, stopping him. The dwarf was wide-eyed. Aragon, did you plan all that beforehand? Aragon briefly considered the wisdom of telling him, then nodded. Yes. Auric exhaled, shaking his head. That was a bold stroke, it was. You've given Nasuda a strong position to begin with. It was dangerous, though, if the reactions of the Council of Elders are anything to judge by. Did Arya approve of this? She agreed it was necessary. The dwarf studied him thoughtfully. I'm sure it was. You just altered the balance of power, Aragon. No one will underestimate you again because of it. Beware the rotten stone. You have earned some powerful enemies today. He slapped Aragon on the side and continued past. Saphira watched him go, then said, we should prepare to leave Farthendur. The council will be thirsty for revenge. The sooner we're out of their reach, the better. A sorceress, a snake, and a scroll. That evening, as Aragon returned to his quarters from bathing, he was surprised to find a tall woman waiting for him in the hall. She had dark hair, startling blue eyes, and a wry mouth. Wound around her wrist was a gold bracelet shaped like a hissing snake. Aragon hoped that she wasn't there to ask him for advice, like so many of the Varden. Argetlam, she curtsied gracefully. He inclined his head in return. Can I help you? I hope so. I'm Triana, sorceress of Dubrangar. Really? A sorceress? He asked, intrigued. And battle mage and spy and anything else the Varden deem necessary. There aren't enough magic users, so we each end up with a half-dozen tasks. She smiled, displaying even, white teeth. That's why I came today. We would be honored to have you take charge of our group. You're the only one who can replace the twins. Almost without realizing it, he smiled back. She was so friendly and charming, he hated to say no. I'm afraid I can't. Saphira and I are leaving Trondheim soon. Besides, I'd have to consult with Nasuda first anyway. And I don't want to be entangled in any more politics, especially not where the twins used to lead. Triana bit her lip. I'm sorry to hear that. She moved a step closer. Perhaps we can spend some time together before you have to go. I could show you how to summon and control spirits. It would be educational for both of us. Aragon felt a hot flush warm his face. I appreciate the offer, but I'm really too busy at the moment. A spark of anger flared within Triana's eyes, then vanished so quickly, he wondered whether he had seen it at all. She sighed delicately. I understand. She sounded so disappointed, and looked so forlorn, Aragon felt guilty for rebuffing her. It can't hurt to talk with her for a few minutes, he told himself. I'm curious, how did you learn magic? Triana brightened. My mother was a healer in Serta. She had a bit of power and was able to instruct me in the old ways. Of course, I'm nowhere near as powerful as a rider. None of Dubrangar Gata could have defeated Gurza alone, like you did. That was a heroic deed. Embarrassed, Aragon scuffed his boots against the ground. I wouldn't have survived if not for Arya. You are too modest, Argetlam, she admonished. It was you who struck the final blow. You should be proud of your accomplishment. It's a feat worthy of Brielle himself. She leaned toward him. His heart quickened as he smelled her perfume, which was rich and musky, with a hint of an exotic spice. Have you heard the songs composed about you? The Vardens sing them every night around their fires. They say you've come to take the throne from Galbatorix. No, said Aragon, quick and sharp. That was one rumor he would not tolerate. They might, but I don't. Whatever my fate may be, I don't aspire to rule. And it's wise of you not to. What is a king, after all, but a man imprisoned by his duties? That would be a poor reward indeed for the last free rider and his dragon. No, for you the ability to go and do what you will and, by extension, to shape the future of Algesia. She paused. Do you have any family left in the Empire? What, only a cousin? Then you're not betrothed? The question caught him off guard. He had never been asked that before. No, I'm not betrothed. Surely there must be someone you care about. She came another step closer, and her ribbon sleeve brushed his arm. I wasn't close to anyone in Carvajal, he faltered, and I've been traveling since then. Triana drew back slightly, then lifted her wrist so the serpent bracelet was at eye level. Do you like him? She inquired. Aragon blinked and nodded, though it was actually rather disconcerting. I call him Lorga, he's my familiar and protector. Bending forward, she blew upon the bracelet, then murmured, Se orum thornisa haber sharjalbi leaves. With a dry rustle, the snake stirred to life. Aragon watched, fascinated, as the creature writhed around Triana's pale arm, then lifted itself and fixed its whirling ruby eyes upon him, wire tongue whipping in and out. Its eyes seemed to expand until they were each as large as Aragon's fist. He felt as if he were tumbling into their fiery depths. He could not look away no matter how hard he tried. Then at a short command, the serpent stiffened and resumed its former position. With a tired sigh, Triana leaned against the wall. Not many people understand what we magic users do. But I wanted you to know that there are others like you, and we will help if we can. Impulsively, Aragon put his hand on hers. He had never attempted to approach a woman this way before, but instinct urged him onward, daring him to take the chance. It was frightening, exhilarating. If you want, you can go and eat. There's a kitchen not far from here. She slipped her other hand over his, fingers smooth and cool, so different from the rough grips he was accustomed to. I'd like that. Shall we? Triana stumbled forward as the door burst open behind her. The sorceress whirled around, only to yelp as she found herself face to face with Saphira. Saphira remained motionless, except for one lip that slowly lifted to reveal a line of jagged teeth. Then she growled. It was a marvelous growl, richly layered with scorn and menace, that rose and fell through the hall for more than a minute. Listening to it was like enduring a blistering, hackle-raising tirade. Aragon glared at her the whole time. When it was over, Triana was clenching her dress with both fists, twisting the fabric. Her face was white and scared. She quickly curtsied to Saphira, then, with a barely controlled motion, turned and fled. Acting as if nothing had happened, Saphira lifted a leg and licked a claw. It was nearly impossible to get the door open, she sniffed. Aragon could not contain himself any longer. Why did you do that? He exploded. You had no reason to interfere. You needed my help, she continued, unperturbed. If I'd needed your help, I would have called. Don't yell at me, she snapped, letting her jaws click together. He could sense her emotions boiling with as much turmoil as his. I'll not have you run around with a slattern who cares more for Aragon as rider than you as a person. She wasn't a slattern, roared Aragon. He pounded the wall in frustration. I'm a man now, Saphira, not a hermit. You can't expect me to ignore women just because of who I am. And it's certainly not your decision to make. At the very least, I might have enjoyed a conversation with her, anything other than the tragedies we've dealt with lately. You're in my head enough to know how I feel. Why couldn't you leave me alone? Where was the harm? You don't understand. She refused to meet his eyes. Don't understand. Will you prevent me from ever having a wife and children? What of a family? Aragon. She finally fixed one great eye on him. We are intimately linked. Obviously. And if you pursue a relationship, with or without my blessing, and become attached to someone, my feelings will become engaged as well. You should know that. Therefore, and I warn you only once, be careful who you choose, because it will involve both of us. He briefly considered her words. Our bond works both ways, however. If you hate someone, I will be influenced likewise. I understand your concern. So you weren't just jealous? She licked the claw once more. Perhaps a little. Aragon was the one who growled this time. He brushed past her into the room, grabbed Zarok, then stalked away, belting on the sword. He wandered through Trondheim for hours, avoiding contact with everyone. What had occurred pained him, though he could not deny the truth of Saphira's words. Of all the matters they shared, this was the most delicate and the one they agreed upon least. That night, for the first time since he was captured at Gilead, he slept away from Saphira, in one of the dwarves' barracks. Aragon returned to their quarters the following morning. By unspoken consent, he and Saphira avoided discussing what had transpired. Further argument was pointless when neither party was willing to yield ground. Besides, they were both so relieved to be reunited, they did not want to risk endangering their friendship again. They were eating lunch, Saphira tearing at a bloody haunch, when Jarsha trotted up. Like before, he stared wide-eyed at Saphira, following her movements as she nibbled off the end of a leg bone. Yes, asked Aragon, wiping his chin and wondering if the Council of Elders had sent for them. He had heard nothing from them since the funeral. Jarsha turned away from Saphira long enough to say, Nasuda would like to see you, sir. She's waiting in her father's study. Sir, Aragon almost laughed. Only a little while ago, he would have been calling people sir, not the other way around. He glanced at Saphira. Are you done, or should we wait a few minutes? Rolling her eyes, she fit the rest of the meat into her mouth and split the bone with a loud crack. I'm done. All right, said Aragon, standing, you can go, Jarsha. We know the way. It took almost half an hour to reach the study because of the city mountain's size. As during Ajahad's rule, the door was guarded, but instead of 2 men, an entire squad of battle-hardened warriors now stood before it, alert for the slightest hint of danger. They would clearly sacrifice themselves to protect their new leader from ambush or attack. Though the men could not have failed to recognize Aragon and Saphira, they barred the way while Nasuda was alerted of her visitors. Only then were the two allowed to enter. Aragon immediately noticed a change, a vase of flowers in the study. The small purple blossoms were unobtrusive, but they suffused the air with a warm fragrance that, for Aragon, evoked summers of fresh-picked raspberries and scythed fields turning bronze under the sun. He inhaled, appreciating the skill with which Nasuda had asserted her individuality without obliterating Ajahad's memory. She sat behind the broad desk, still cloaked in the black of mourning. As Aragon seated himself, Saphira beside him, she said, Aragon. It was a simple statement, neither friendly nor hostile. She turned away briefly, then focused on him, her gaze steely and intent. I have spent the last few days reviewing the Varden's affairs, such as they are. It was a dismal exercise. We are poor, overextended, and low on supplies, and few recruits are joining us from the Empire. I mean to change that. The dwarves cannot support us much longer, as it's been a lean year for farming and they've suffered losses of their own. Considering this, I have decided to move the Varden to Serda. It's a difficult proposition, but one I believe necessary to keep us safe. Once in Serda, we will finally be close enough to engage the Empire directly. Even Saphira stirred with surprise. The work that would involve, said Aragon, it could take months to get everyone's belongings to Serda, not to mention all the people. And they'd probably be attacked along the way. I thought King Warren didn't dare openly oppose Galbatorix, he protested. Nasuda smiled grimly. His stance has changed since we defeated the Urgals. He will shelter and feed us and fight by our side. Many Varden are already in Serda, mainly women and children who couldn't or wouldn't fight. They will also support us, else I will strip our name from them. How, asked Aragon, did you communicate with King Warren so quickly? The dwarves use a system of mirrors and lanterns to relay messages through their tunnels. They can send a dispatch from here to the western edge of the Bior Mountains in less than a day. Couriers then transport it to Abaran, capital of Serda. Fast as it is, that method is still too slow when Galbatorix can surprise us with an Urgal army and give us less than a day's notice. I intend to arrange something far more expedient between Dubrangar Gada and Rothgar's magicians before we go. Opening the desk drawer, Nasuda removed a thick scroll. The Varden will depart farther than Dewar within the month. Hrothgar has agreed to provide us with safe passage through the tunnels. Moreover, he sent a force to Orthiod to remove the last vestiges of Urgles and seal the tunnels so no one can invade the dwarves by that route again. As this may not be enough to guarantee the Varden's survival, I have a favor to ask of you. Aragon nodded. He had expected a request or order. That was the only reason for her to have summoned them. I am yours to command. Perhaps. Her eyes flicked to Saphira for a second. In any case, this is not a command, and I want you to think carefully before replying. To help rally support for the Varden, I wish to spread word throughout the Empire that a new rider, named Aragon Shadeslayer, and his dragon, Saphira, have joined our cause. I would like your permission before doing so, however. It's too dangerous, objected Saphira. Word of our presence here will reach the Empire anyway, pointed out Aragon. The Varden will want to brag about their victory in Durza's death. Since it'll happen with or without our approval, we should agree to help. She snorted softly. I'm worried about Galbatorix. Until now we haven't made it public where our sympathies lie. Our actions have been clear enough. Yes, but even when Durza fought you in Trondheim, he wasn't trying to kill you. If we become outspoken in our opposition to the Empire, Galbatorix won't be so lenient again. Who knows what forces or plots he may have kept in abeyance while he tried to gain hold of us. As long as we remain ambiguous, he won't know what to do. The time for ambiguity has passed, asserted Aragon. We fought the Urgles, killed Durza, and I have sworn fealty to the leader of the Varden. No ambiguity exists. No, with your permission, I will agree to her proposal. She was silent for a long while, then dipped her head. As you wish. He put a hand on her side before returning his attention to Nasuda and saying, do what you see fit. If this is how we can best assist the Varden, so be it. Thank you. I know it is a lot to ask. Now, as we discussed before the funeral, I expect you to travel to Elsmera and complete your training. With Arya? Of course. The elves have refused contact with both humans and dwarves ever since she was captured. Arya is the only being who can convince them to emerge from seclusion. Couldn't she use magic to tell them of her rescue? Unfortunately not. When the elves retreated into Duweldenvarden after the fall of the riders, they placed wards around the forest that prevent any thought, item, or being from entering it through arcane means, though not from exiting it, if I understood Arya's explanation. Thus, Arya must physically visit Duweldenvarden before Queen Islandzadi will know that she is alive, that you and Saphira exist, and of the numerous events that have befallen the Varden these past months. Nasuda handed him the scroll. It was stamped with a wax sigil. This is a missive for Queen Islandzadi, telling her about the Varden's situation and my own plans. Guard it with your life, it would cause a great deal of harm in the wrong hands. I hope that after all that's happened, Islandzadi will feel kindly enough toward us to reinitiate diplomatic ties. Her assistance could mean the difference between victory and defeat. Arya knows this and has agreed to press our case, but I wanted you aware of the situation too, so you could take advantage of any opportunities that might arise. Aragon tucked the scroll into his jerkin. When will we leave? Tomorrow morning, unless you have something already planned. No. Good. She clasped her hands. You should know, one other person will be traveling with you. He looked at her quizzically. King Hrothgar insisted that in the interest of fairness there should be a dwarf representative present in your training, since it affects their race as well. So he's sending Auric along. Aragon's first reaction was irritation. Saphira could have flown Arya and him to Duweldenvarden, thereby eliminating weeks of unnecessary travel. 3 passengers, however, were too many to fit on Saphira's shoulders. Auric's presence would confine them to the ground. Upon further reflection, Aragon acknowledged the wisdom of Hrothgar's request. It was important for Aragon and Saphira to maintain a semblance of equality in their dealings with the different races. He smiled. Ah, well, it'll slow us down, but I suppose we have to placate Hrothgar. To tell the truth, I'm glad Auric is coming. Crossing Algesia with only Arya was a rather daunting prospect. Nasuda smiled too. She's different. He grew serious again. Do you really mean to attack the Empire? You said yourself that the Varden are weak. It doesn't seem like the wisest course. If we wait, she said sternly, Galbatorix will only get stronger. This is the first time since Morzin was slain that we have even the slightest opportunity of catching him unprepared. He had no reason to suspect we could defeat the Urgles, which we did thanks to you, so he won't have readied the Empire for invasion. Invasion, exclaimed Saphira. And how does she plan to kill Galbatorix when he flies out to obliterate their army with magic? Nasuda shook her head in response when Aragon restated the objection. From what we know of him, he won't fight until Uruivane itself is threatened. It doesn't matter to Galbatorix if we destroy half the Empire, so long as we come to him, not the other way around. Why should he bother anyway? If we do manage to reach him, our troops will be battered and depleted, making it all the easier for him to destroy us. You still haven't answered Saphira, protested Aragon. That's because I can't yet. This will be a long campaign. By its end you might be powerful enough to defeat Galbatorix, or the elves may have joined us, and their spellcasters are the strongest in Algesia. No matter what happens, we cannot afford to delay. Now is the time to gamble and dare what no one thinks we can accomplish. The Varden have lived in the shadows for too long. We must either challenge Galbatorix or submit and pass away. The scope of what Nasuda was suggesting disturbed Aragon. So many risks and unknown dangers were involved, it was almost absurd to consider such a venture. However, it was not his place to make the decision, and he accepted that. Nor would he dispute it further. We have to trust in her judgment now. But what of you, Nasuda? Will you be safe while we're gone? I must think of my vow. It's become my responsibility to ensure that you won't have your own funeral soon. Her jaw tightened as she gestured at the door in the warriors beyond. You needn't fear, I am well defended. She looked down. I will admit, one reason for going to Serta is that Orin knows me of old and will offer his protection. I cannot tarry here with you and Arya gone and the Council of Elders still with power. They won't accept me as their leader until I prove beyond doubt that the Varden are under my control, not theirs. Then she seemed to draw on some inner strength, squaring her shoulders and lifting her chin so she was distant and aloof. Go now, Aragon. Ready your horse, gather supplies, and be at the North Gate by dawn. He bowed low, respecting her return to formality, then left with Saphira. After dinner, Aragon and Saphira flew together. They sailed high above Trondheim, where crenulated icicles hung from the sides of Farth and Dewar, forming a great white band around them. Though it was still hours until night, it was already nearly dark within the mountain. Aragon threw back his head, savoring the air on his face. He missed the wind that would rush through the grass and stir the clouds until everything was tousled and fresh. Wind that would bring rain and storms and lash the trees so they bent. For that matter, I miss trees as well, he thought. Farth and Dewar is an incredible place, but it's as empty of plants and animals as Ajahad's tomb. Saphira agreed. The dwarfs seemed to think that gems take the place of flowers. She was silent as the light continued to fade. When it was too dark for Aragon to see comfortably, she said, "It's late. We should return." "All right." She drifted toward the ground in great, lazy spirals, drawing nearer to Trondheim, which glowed like a beacon in the center of Farth and Dewar. They were still far from the city mountain when she swung her head, saying, "Look." He followed her gaze, but all he could see was the gray, featureless plain below them. "What?" Instead of answering, she tilted her wings and glided to their left, slipping down to one of the 4 roads that radiated from Trondheim along the cardinal compass points. As they landed, he noticed a patch of white on a small hill nearby. The patch wavered strangely in the dusk, like a floating candle, then resolved into Angela, who was wearing a pale wool tunic. The witch carried a wicker basket nearly 4 feet across and filled with a wild assortment of mushrooms, most of which Aragon did not recognize. As she approached, he gestured at them and said, "You've been gathering toadstools." "Hello," laughed Angela, putting her load down. "Oh no, toadstool is far too general a term. And anyway, they really ought to be called frog's tools, not toadstools." She spread them with her hand. "This one is sulfur tuft, and this is an ink cap, and here's navel cap, and dwarf shield, russet tuft shank, blood ring, and that is a spotted deceiver. Delightful, isn't it?" She pointed to each in turn, ending on a mushroom with pink, lavender, and yellow splashed in rivulets across its cap. "And that one?" he asked, indicating a mushroom with a lightning blue stem, molten orange gills, and a glossy black 2-tiered cap. She looked at it fondly. "Frikai Andlat, as the elves might say. The stalk is instant death, while the cap can cure most poisons. It's what Tunavor's nectar is extracted from. Frikai Andlat only grows in caves in Duweldenbarden and Farth and Dewar, and it would die out here if the dwarves started carting their dung elsewhere." Aragon looked back at the hill and realized that was exactly what it was, a dung heap. "Hello, Saphira," said Angela, reaching past him to pat Saphira on the nose. Saphira blinked and looked pleased, tail twitching. At the same time, Solembum padded into sight, his mouth clamped firmly around a limp rat. Without so much as a flick of his whiskers, the werecat settled on the ground and began to nibble on the rodent, studiously ignoring the three of them. "So," said Angela, tucking back a curl of her enormous hair, "off to Elsmera." Aragon nodded. He did not bother asking how she had found out. She always seemed to know what was going on. When he remained silent, she scowled. "Well, don't act so morose. It's not as if it's your execution." "I know." "Then smile, because if it's not your execution, you should be happy. You're as flaccid as Solembum's rat." Flaccid. What a wonderful word, don't you think? That wrung a grin out of him, and Saphira chortled with amusement deep in her throat. "I'm not sure it's quite as wonderful as you think, but yes, I understand your point." "I'm glad you understand. Understanding is good." With arched eyebrows, she hooked a fingernail underneath a mushroom and flipped it over, inspecting its gills as she said, "It's fortuitous we met tonight, as you are about to leave and I will accompany the Varden to Serta. As I told you before, I like to be where things are happening, and that's the place." Aragon grinned even more. "Well then, that must mean we'll have a safe journey, else you'd be with us." Angela shrugged, then said seriously, "Be careful in Duweldenbarden. Just because elves do not display their emotions doesn't mean they aren't subject to rage and passion like the rest of us mortals. What can make them so deadly, though, is how they conceal it, sometimes for years. You've been there. Once upon a time." After a pause, he asked, "What do you think of Nasuda's plans?" She's doomed. You're doomed. They're all doomed," she cackled, doubling over, then straightened abruptly. "Notice I didn't specify what kind of doom, so no matter what happens, I predicted it. How very wise of me." She lifted the basket again, setting it on one hip. "I suppose I won't see you for a while, so farewell, best of luck, avoid roasted cabbage, don't eat earwax, and look on the bright side of life." And with a cheery wink, she strolled off, leaving Aragon blinking and nonplussed. After an appropriate pause, Solembum picked up his dinner and followed, ever so dignified. Hrothgar's gift. Dawn was a half-hour away when Aragon and Saphira arrived at Trondheim's north gate. The gate was raised just enough to let Saphira pass, so they hurried underneath it, then waited in the recessed area beyond, where red jasper pillars loomed above and carved beasts snarled between the bloody piers. Past those, at the very edge of Trondheim, sat two 30-foot-high gold griffins. Identical pairs guarded each of the city mountain's gates. No one was in sight. Aragon held Snowfire's reins. The stallion was brushed, reshod, and saddled, his saddlebags bulging with goods. He pawed the floor impatiently. Aragon had not ridden him for over a week. Before long Oric ambled up, bearing a large pack on his back and a bundle in his arms. "No horse?" asked Aragon, somewhat surprised. "Are we supposed to walk all the way to Duweldenbarden?" Oric grunted. "We'll be stopping at Tarnag, just north of here. From there we take rafts along the Azragni to Heaterth, an outpost for trading with the elves. We won't need steeds before Heaterth, so I'll use my own feet till then." He set the bundle down with a clang, then unwrapped it, revealing Aragon's armor. The shield had been repainted, so the oak tree stood clearly in the center, and all the dings and scrapes removed. Beneath it was the long mail shirt, burnished and oiled until the steel gleamed brilliantly. No sign existed of where it had been rent when Durza cut Aragon's back. The coif, gloves, bracers, greaves, and helmet were likewise repaired. "Our greatest smiths worked on these," said Oric, "as well as your armor, Saphira. However, since we can't take dragon armor with us, it was given to the Varden, who will guard it against our return." "Please thank him for me," said Saphira. Aragon obliged, then laced on the greaves and bracers, storing the other items in his bags. Last of all, he reached for his helm, only to find Oric holding it. The dwarf rolled the piece between his hands, then said, "Do not be so quick to don this, Aragon. There is a choice you must make first." "What choice is that?" Raising the helmet, Oric uncovered its polished brow, which, Aragon now saw, had been altered. Etched in the steel were the hammer and stars of Hrothgar and Oric's clan, the Ingaitum. Oric scowled, looking both pleased and troubled, and said in a formal voice, "Mine king, Hrothgar, desires that I present this helm as a symbol of the friendship he bears for you. And with it Hrothgar extends an offer to adopt you as one of Durgrim's Ingaitum, as a member of his own family." Aragon stared at the helm, amazed that Hrothgar would make such a gesture. "Does this mean I'd be subjected to his rule?" If I continue to accrue loyalties and allegiances at this pace, I'll be incapacitated before long, unable to do anything without breaking some oath. You don't have to put it on, pointed out Saphira. And risk insulting Rothgar. Once again, we're trapped. It may be intended as a gift, though, another sign of Otho, not a trap. I would guess he's thanking us for my offer to repair Aesir Mithrim. That had not occurred to Aragon, for he had been too busy trying to figure out how the Dwarf King might gain advantage over them. True, but I think it's also an attempt to correct the imbalance of power created when I swore fealty to Nasuda. The dwarves couldn't have been pleased with that turn of events. He looked back at Auric, who was waiting anxiously. How often has this been done? For a human, never. Hrothgar argued with the Ingidum families for a day and a night before they agreed to accept you. If you consent to bear our crest, you will have full rights as clan member. You may attend our councils and give voice on every issue. And, he grew very somber, if you so wish, you will have the right to be buried with our dead. For the first time, the enormity of Hrothgar's action struck Aragon. The dwarves could offer no higher honor. With a swift motion, he took the helm from Auric and pressed it down upon his head. I am privileged to join Der Grimstingidum. Auric nodded with approval and said, then take this Nirlnian, this heart of stone, and cup it between your hands, yes, like so. You must steel yourself now and prick open a vein to wet the stone. A few drops will suffice. To finish, repeat after me. Os ildom kiranu karn dur thargan, Zaitman, own grimst bur form be ed eris rack skills. Naro is Belgond. It was a lengthy recitation and all the longer because Auric stopped to translate every few sentences. Afterward, Aragon healed his wrist with a quick spell. Whatever else the clans may say about this business, observed Auric, you have behaved with integrity and respect. They cannot ignore that. He grinned. We are of the same clan now, E.H. You are my foster brother. Under more normal circumstances, Hrothgar would have presented your helm himself and we would have held a lengthy ceremony to commemorate your induction into Der Grimstingidum, but events moved too swiftly for us to tarry. Fear not that you are being slighted, though. Your adoption shall be celebrated with the proper rituals when you and Saphira next return to Barth and Duer. You shall feast and dance and have many pieces of paper to sign in order to formalize your new position. I look forward to the day, said Aragon. He was still preoccupied with sifting through the numerous possible ramifications of belonging to Der Grimstingidum. Sitting against a pillar, Auric shrugged off his pack and drew his axe, which he proceeded to twirl between his palms. After several minutes, he leaned forward, glaring back into Trondheim. Barzel Nerlar, where are they? Arya said she would be right here. Ha, elves, only concept of time is late and even later. Have you dealt with them much? Asked Aragon, crouching. Saphira watched with interest. The dwarf laughed suddenly. Ada, only Arya, and then sporadically because she traveled so often. In 7 decades, I've learned but one thing about her. You can't rush an elf. Trying is like hammering a file. It might break, but it'll never bend. Aren't dwarves the same? Ah, but stone will shift, given enough time. Auric sighed and shook his head. Of all the races, elves change the least, which is one reason I'm reluctant to go. But we'll get to meet Queen Islandzadi and see Elsmera and who knows what else. When was the last time a dwarf was invited into De Weldenbarden? Auric frowned at him. Scenery means nothing. Urgent tasks remain in Trondheim and our other cities, yet I must tramp across Algesia to exchange pleasantries and sit and grow fat as you are tutored. It could take years. Years. Still, if that's what is required to defeat Shades and the Rizak, I'll do it. Saphira touched his mind. I doubt Nasuda will let us stay in Elsmera for more than a few months. With what she told us, we'll be needed fairly soon. At last, said Auric, pushing himself upright. Approaching were Nasuda, slippers flashing beneath her dress, like mice darting from a hole, Zorminder, and Arya, who bore a pack like Auric's. She wore the same black leather outfit Aragon had first seen her in, as well as her sword. At that moment, it struck Aragon that Arya and Nasuda might not approve of him joining the Ingidum. Guilt and trepidation shot through him as he realized that it had been his duty to consult Nasuda first. And Arya, he cringed, remembering how angry she had been after his first meeting with the Council of Elders. Thus, when Nasuda stopped before him, he averted his eyes, ashamed. But she only said, "You accepted." Her voice was gentle, restrained. He nodded, still looking down. I wondered if you would. Now once again, all 3 races have a hold on you. The dwarves can claim your allegiance as a member of Der Grimstingdom, the elves will train and shape you, and their influence may be the strongest, for you and Saphira are bound by their magic, and you have sworn fealty to me, a human. Perhaps it is best that we share your loyalty. She met his surprise with an odd smile, then pressed a small bag of coins into his palm and stepped away. Jormungandr extended a hand, which Aragon shook, feeling a bit dazed. Have a good trip, Aragon. Guard yourself well. Come, said Arya, gliding past them into the darkness of Farthendur. It is time to leave. Idale has set, and we have far to go. Aye, Oric agreed. He pulled out a red lantern from the side of his pack. Nasuda looked them over once more. Very well, Aragon and Saphira, you have the Barden's blessings, as well as mine. May your journey be safe. Remember, you carry the weight of our hopes and expectations, so acquit yourselves honorably. We will do our best, promised Aragon. Gripping Snowfire's reins firmly, he started after Arya, who was already several yards away. Oric followed, then Saphira. As Saphira passed Nasuda, Aragon saw her pause and lightly lick Nasuda on the cheek. Then she lengthened her stride, catching up with him. As they continued north along the road, the gate behind them shrank smaller and smaller until it was reduced to a pinprick of light, with two lonely silhouettes where Nasuda and Jormungandr remained watching. When they finally reached Farthendur's base, they found a pair of gigantic doors, 30 feet tall, open and waiting. 3 dwarf guards bowed and moved away from the aperture. Through the doors was a tunnel of matching proportions, lined with columns and lanterns for the first 50 feet. After that it was as empty and silent as a mausoleum. It looked exactly like Farthendur's western entrance, but Aragon knew that this tunnel was different. Instead of burrowing through the mile-thick base to emerge outside, it proceeded underneath mountain after mountain, all the way to the dwarf city Tarnag. Here is our path, said Oric, lifting the lantern. He and Arya crossed over the threshold, but Aragon held back, suddenly uncertain. While he did not fear the dark, neither did he welcome being surrounded by eternal night until they arrived at Tarnag. And once he entered the barren tunnel, he would again be hurling himself into the unknown, abandoning the few things he had grown accustomed to among the Varden in exchange for an uncertain destiny. What is it? Asked Saphira. Nothing. He took a breath, then strode forward, allowing the mountain to swallow him in its depths. Hammer and tongs. 3 days after the Rizak's arrival, Roran found himself pacing uncontrollably along the edge of his camp in the spine. He had heard nothing since Albrich's visit, nor was it possible to glean information by observing Carvajal. He glared at the distant tents where the soldiers slept, then continued pacing. At midday Roran had a small, dry lunch. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he wondered, how long are the Rizak willing to wait? If it was a test of patience, he was determined to win. To pass the time, he practiced his archery on a rotting log, stopping only when an arrow shattered on a rock embedded in the trunk. After that nothing else remained to do, except to resume striding back and forth along the bare track that stretched from a boulder to where he slept. He was still pacing when footsteps sounded in the forest below. Grabbing his bow, Roran hid and waited. Relief rushed through him when Baldor's face bobbed into view. Roran waved him over. As they sat, Roran asked, "Why hasn't anyone come?" "We couldn't," said Baldor, wiping sweat off his brow. "The soldiers have been watching us too closely. This was the first opportunity we had to get away. I can't stay long either." He turned his face toward the peak above them and shuddered. "You're braver than I, staying here. Have you had any trouble with wolves, bears, mountain cats?" No, I'm fine." "Did the soldiers say anything new?" "One of them bragged to Morn last night that their squad was handpicked for this mission." Roran frowned. "They haven't been too quiet. At least 2 or 3 of them get drunk each night. A group of them tore up Morn's common room the first day." "Did they pay for the damage?" "Course not." Roran shifted, staring down at the village. "I still have trouble believing that the Empire would go to these lengths to capture me. What could I give them? What do they think I can give them?" Baldor followed his gaze. "The Rizak questioned Katrina today. Someone mentioned that the two of you are close, and the Rizak were curious if she knew where you'd gone." Roran refocused on Baldor's open face. "Is she all right?" "It would take more than those two to scare her," reassured Baldor. His next sentence was cautious and probing. "Perhaps you should consider turning yourself in." "I'd sooner hang myself and them with me." Roran started up and stalked over his usual route, still tapping his leg. "How can you say that, knowing how they tortured my father?" Catching his arm, Baldor said, "What happens if you remain in hiding and the soldiers don't give up and leave? They'll assume we lied to help you escape. The Empire doesn't forgive traitors." Roran shrugged off Baldor. He spun around, tapping his leg, then abruptly sat. "If I don't show myself, the Rizak will blame the people at hand. If I attempt to lead the Rizak away." Roran was not a skilled enough woodsman to evade 30 men in the Rizak. Aragon could do it, but not me. Still, unless the situation changed, it might be the only choice available to him. He looked at Baldor. "I don't want anyone to be hurt on my behalf. I'll wait for now, and if the Rizak grow impatient and threaten someone, well then, I'll think of something else to do." "It's a nasty situation all around," offered Baldor. "One I intend to survive." Baldor departed soon afterward, leaving Roran alone with his thoughts on his endless path. He covered mile after mile, grinding a rut into the earth under the weight of his ruminations. When chill dusk arrived, he removed his boots, for fear of wearing them out, and proceeded to pad barefoot. Just as the waxing moon rose and subsumed the night shadows in beams of marble light, Roran noticed a disturbance in Carbajal. Scores of lanterns bobbed through the darkened village, winking in and out as they floated behind houses. The yellow specks clustered in the center of Carbajal, like a cloud of fireflies, then streamed haphazardly toward the edge of town, where they were met by a hard line of torches from the soldiers' camp. For 2 hours, Roran watched the opposing sides face each other, the agitated lanterns milling helplessly against the stolid torches. Finally, the lambent groups dispersed and filtered back into the tents and houses. When nothing else of interest occurred, Roran untied his bedroll and slipped under the blankets. Throughout the next day, Carbajal was consumed with unusual activity. Figures strode between houses and even, Roran was surprised to see, rode out into Palancar Valley toward various farms. At noon he saw 2 men enter the soldiers' camp and disappear into the Rizak's tent for almost an hour. So involved was he with the proceedings, Roran barely moved the entire day. He was in the middle of dinner when, as he had hoped, Baldor reappeared. "Hungry?" asked Roran, gesturing. Baldor shook his head and sat with an air of exhaustion. Dark lines under his eyes made his skin look thin and bruised. "Quimby's dead." Roran's bowl clattered as it struck the ground. He cursed, wiping cold stew off his leg, then asked, "How?" "A couple of soldiers started bothering Tara last night." Tara was Morn's wife. She didn't really mind, except the men got in a fight over who she was supposed to serve next. Quimby was there, checking a cask Morn said had turned, and he tried to break them up. Roran nodded. That was Quimby, always interfering to make sure others behaved properly. Only thing is, a soldier threw a pitcher and hit him on the temple. Killed him instantly. Roran stared at the ground with his hands on his hips, struggling to regain control over his ragged breathing. He felt as if Baldor had knocked the wind out of him. It doesn't seem possible. Quimby, gone. The farmer and part-time brewer was as much a part of the landscape as the mountains surrounding Carbajal, an unquestioned presence that shaped the fabric of the village. Will the men be punished? Baldor held up his hand. Right after Quimby died, the Rizak stole his body from the tavern and hauled it out to their tents. We tried to get it back last night, but they wouldn't talk with us. I saw. Baldor grunted, rubbing his face. Dad and Loring met with the Rizak today and managed to convince them to release the body. The soldiers, however, won't face any consequences. He paused. I was about to leave when Quimby was handed over. You know what his wife got? Bones. Bones. Every one of them was nibbled clean, you could see the bite marks, and most had been cracked open for the marrow. Disgust gripped Roran, as well as profound horror for Quimby's fate. It was well known that a person's spirit could never rest until his body was given a proper burial. Revolted by the desecration, he asked, who ate him then? The soldiers were just as appalled. It must have been the Rizak. Why? To what end? I don't think, said Baldor, that the Rizak are human. You've never seen them up close, but their breath is foul, and they always cover their faces with black scarves. Their backs are humped and twisted, and they speak to each other with clicks. Even their men seem to fear them. If they aren't human, then what kind of creatures can they be?
Why you say that? Any particular reason for why I need to stop the book? Yeah, it was reading a book. Nah, you're good. The other day there was like 15 people here, literally just wanting to hear the book go up, hear it reading the book. So I was like, let the book
soul of the lost.
The names and trade your souls. You come back alive.
I'm stopping my but I would be happy to light it. I wish I could do more. I can't. You see, if only something could be. Rest assured, your goods are safe and sound.
Yo, 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 yo. Okay. Stretch. I am about to put the book back on. It is a TTS. It is reading along. It is getting to the good parts. Damn it. Here we go.
He found no peace, however, as a jealous lord initiated a blood feud against Jaren's family, which forced Jaren to kill once more. Yet he did not fight with his blade, but with a simple hammer. Going to the wall, Roran removed a medium-sized hammer with a long handle and a rounded blade on one side of the head. He tossed it from hand to hand, then went to Horst and asked, "May I have this?" Horst eyed the tool and Roran. "Use it wisely." Then he said to the rest of the group, "Listen. We want to scare, not kill. Break a few bones if you want, but don't get carried away. And whatever you do, don't stand and fight. No matter how brave or heroic you feel, remember that they are trained soldiers." When everyone was equipped, they left the fort and wound their way through Carvajal to the edge of the Rizak's camp. The soldiers had already gone to bed, except for 4 sentries who patrolled the perimeter of the gray tents. The Rizak's 2 horses were picketed by a smoldering fire. Horst quietly issued orders, sending Albrecht and Delwyn to ambush 2 of the sentries, and Par and Roran to ambush the other 2. Roran held his breath as he stalked the oblivious soldier. His heart began to shudder as energy spiked through his limbs. He hid behind the corner of a house, quivering, and waited for Horst's signal. Wait. Wait. With a roar, Horst burst from hiding, leading the charge into the tents. Roran darted forward and swung his hammer, catching the sentry on the shoulder with a grisly crunch. The man howled and dropped his halberd. He staggered as Roran struck his ribs and back. Roran raised the hammer again and the man retreated, screaming for help. Roran ran after him, shouting incoherently. He knocked at the side of a full tent, trampling whatever was inside, then smashed the top of a helmet he saw emerging from another tent. The metal rang like a bell. Roran barely noticed as luring danced past. The old man cackled and hooted in the night as he jabbed the soldiers with a pitchfork. Everywhere was a confusion of struggling bodies. Whirling around, Roran saw a soldier attempting to string his bow. He rushed forward and hit the back of the bow with his steel mallet, breaking the wood in 2. The soldier fled. The Rizak scrambled free of their tent with terrible screeches, swords in hand. Before they could attack, Valdor untethered the horses and sent them galloping toward the two scarecrow figures. The Rizak separated, then regrouped, only to be swept away as the soldiers' morale broke and they ran. Then it was over. Roran panted in the silence, his hand cramped around the hammer's handle. After a moment, he picked his way through the crumpled mounds of tents and blankets to Horst. The smith was grinning under his beard. That's the best brawl I've had in years. Behind them, Carvajal jumped to life as people tried to discover the source of the commotion. Roran watched lamps flare up behind shuttered windows, then turned as he heard soft sobbing. The boy, Nalfavrel, was kneeling by the body of a soldier, methodically stabbing him in the chest as tears slid down his chin. Gedrick and Albrecht hurried over and pulled Nalfavrel away from the corpse. He shouldn't have come, said Roran. Horst shrugged. It was his right. All the same, killing one of the Rizak's men will only make it harder to rid ourselves of the desecrators. We should barricade the road and between the houses so they won't catch us by surprise. Studying the men for any injuries, Roran saw that Delwyn had received a long cut on his forearm, which the farmer bandaged with a strip torn from his ruined shirt. With a few shouts, Horst organized their group. He dispatched Albrecht and Baldor to retrieve Quimby's wagon from the forge and had Loring's sons and Par scour Carvajal for items that could be used to secure the village. Even as he spoke, people congregated on the edge of the field, staring at what was left of the Rizak's camp and the dead soldier. What happened? Cried Fisk. Loring scuttled forward and stared the carpenter in the eye. What happened? I'll tell you what happened. We routed the dung beardlings, caught them with their boots off and whipped them like dogs. I am glad. The strong voice came from Birgit, an auburn-haired woman who clasped Nalfavrel against her bosom, ignoring the blood smeared across his face. They deserve to die like cowards for my husband's death. The villagers murmured in agreement, but then Thane spoke. Have you gone mad, Horst? Even if you frightened off the Rizak and their soldiers, Galbatorix will just send more men. The Empire will never give up until they get Roran. We should hand him over, snarled Sloane. Horst raised his hands. I agree, no one is worth more than all of Carvajal. But if we surrender Roran, do you really think Galbatorix will let us escape punishment for our resistance? In his eyes, we're no better than the Varden. Then why did you attack? Demanded Thane. Who gave you the authority to make this decision? You've doomed us all. This time Birgit answered. Would you let them kill your wife? She pressed her hands on either side of her son's face, then showed Thane her bloody palms, like an accusation. Would you let them burn us? Where is your manhood, lone breaker? He lowered his gaze, unable to face her stark expression. They burned my farm, said Roran, devoured Quimby, and nearly destroyed Carvajal. Such crimes cannot go unpunished. Are we frightened rabbits to cower down and accept our fate? No, we have a right to defend ourselves. He stopped as Albrecht and Baldor trudged up the street, dragging the wagon. We can debate later. Now we have to prepare. Who will help us? 40 or more men volunteered. Together they set about the difficult task of making Carvajal impenetrable. Roran worked incessantly, nailing fence slats between houses, piling barrels full of rocks for makeshift walls, and dragging logs across the main road, which they blocked with two wagons tipped on their sides. As Roran hurried from one chore to another, Katrina waylaid him in an alley. She hugged him, then said, I'm glad you're back, and that you're safe. He kissed her lightly. Katrina, I have to speak with you as soon as we're finished. She smiled uncertainly, but with a spark of hope. You were right, it was foolish of me to delay. Every moment we spend together is precious, and I have no desire to squander what time we have when a whim of fate could tear us apart. Roran was tossing water on the thatching of Kisselt's house, so it could not catch fire, when Par shouted, Rizak. Dropping the bucket, Roran ran to the wagons, where he had left his hammer. As he grabbed the weapon, he saw a single Rizak sitting on a horse far down the road, almost out of bowshot. The creature was illuminated by a torch in its left hand, while its right was drawn back, as if to throw something. Roran laughed. Is he going to toss rocks at us? He's too far away to even hit. He was cut off as the Rizak whipped down its arm and a glass vial arched across the distance between them and shattered against the wagon to his right. An instant later, a fireball launched the wagon into the air while a fist of burning air flung Roran against a wall. Dazed, he fell to his hands and knees, gasping for breath. Through the roaring in his ears came the tattoo of galloping horses. He forced himself upright and faced the sound, only to dive aside as the Rizak raced into Carvajal through the burning gap in the wagons. The Rizak reined in their steeds, blades flashing as they hacked at the people strewn around them. Roran saw 3 men die. Then Horst and Loring reached the Razak and began pressing them back with pitchforks. Before the villagers could rally, soldiers poured through the breach, killing indiscriminately in the darkness. Roran knew they had to be stopped, else Carvajal would be taken. He jumped at a soldier, catching him by surprise, and hit him in the face with the hammer's blade. The soldier crumpled without a sound. As the man's compatriots rushed toward him, Roran wrestled the corpse's shield off his limp arm. He barely managed to get it free in time to block the first strike. Backstepping toward the Razak, Roran parried a sword thrust, then swung his hammer up under the man's chin, sending him to the ground. "To me," shouted Roran. "Defend your homes." He sidestepped a jab as 5 men attempted to encircle him. "To me." Baldur answered his call first, then Albrecht. A few seconds later, Loring's sons joined him, followed by a score of others. From the side streets, women and children pelted the soldiers with rocks. "Stay together," ordered Roran, standing his ground. "There are more of us." The soldiers halted as the line of villagers before them continued to thicken. With more than 100 men at his back, Roran slowly advanced. "Attack, you fools!" screamed a Razak, dodging Loring's pitchfork. A single arrow whizzed toward Roran. He caught it on his shield and laughed. The Razak were level with the soldiers now, hissing with frustration. They glared at the villagers from under their inky cowls. Suddenly Roran felt himself become lethargic and powerless to move. It was hard to even think. Fatigue seemed to chain his arms and legs in place. Then from farther in Carvajal, Roran heard a raw shout from Birgit. A second later, a rock hurtled over his head and bored toward the lead Razak, who twitched with supernatural speed to avoid the missile. The distraction, slight though it was, freed Roran's mind from the soporific influence. Was that magic? He wondered. He dropped the shield, grasped his hammer with both hands, and raised it far above his head, just like Horst did when spreading metal. Roran went up on tiptoe, his entire body bowed backward, then whipped his arms down with a huff. The hammer cartwheeled through the air and bounced off the Razak's shield, leaving a formidable dent. The 2 attacks were enough to disrupt the last of the Razak's strange power. They clicked rapidly to each other as the villagers roared and marched forward, then the Razak yanked on their reins, pulling around. "Retreat," they growled, riding past the soldiers. The crimson-clad warriors sullenly backed out of Carvajal, stabbing at anyone who came too close. Only when they were a good distance from the burning wagons did they dare turn their backs. Roran sighed and retrieved his hammer, feeling the bruises on his side and back where he had hit the wall. He bowed his head as he saw that the explosion had killed Par. 9 other men had died. Already wives and mothers rent the night with their wails of grief. How could this happen here? "Everyone, come," called Baldur. Roran blinked and stumbled to the middle of the road, where Baldur stood. A Razak sat beetle-like on a horse only 20 yards away. The creature crooked a finger at Roran and said, "You, USS smell like your cousin. We never forget a SS smell." "What do you want?" he shouted. "Why are you here?" The Razak chuckled in a horrible, insectal way. "We want information." It glanced over its shoulder, where its companions had disappeared, then cried, "Release Roran and USS Hall be sold as SS slaves. Protect him, and we will eat you all. We SSS Hall have your answer when next we come. BSS sure it is the right one." As Swelden Rack Anwin. Light burst into the tunnel as the doors dragged open. Aragon winced, his eyes sorely unaccustomed to daylight after so long underground. Beside him, Saphira hissed and arched her neck to get a better view of their surroundings. It had taken them 2 days to traverse the subterranean passage from Farth and Dewar, though it felt longer to Aragon, due to the never-ending dusk that surrounded them and the silence it had imposed upon their group. In all, he could recall only a handful of words being exchanged during their journey. Aragon had hoped to learn more about Arya while they traveled together, but the only information he had gleaned came simply as a result of observation. He had not supped with her before and was startled to see that she brought her own food and ate no meat. When he asked her why, she said, "You will never again consume an animal's flesh after you have been trained, or if you do, it will be only on the rarest of occasions."
I thought we were allies.
"Why should I give up meat?" he scoffed. "I cannot explain with words, but you will understand once we reach Elsmera." All that was forgotten now as he hurried to the threshold, eager to see their destination. He found himself standing on a granite outcropping, more than 100 feet above a purple lake, brilliant under the eastern sun. Like Costa Merna, the water reached from mountain to mountain, filling the valley's end. From the lake's far side, the Azragni flowed north, winding between the peaks until, in the far distance, it rushed out onto the eastern plains. To his right, the mountains were bare, save for a few trails, but to his left was the dwarf city Tarnag. Here the dwarves had reworked the seemingly immutable fjords into a series of terraces. The lower terraces were mainly farms, dark curves of land waiting to be planted, dotted with squat halls, which as best he could tell were built entirely of stone. Above those empty levels rose tier upon tier of interlocking buildings until they culminated in a giant dome of gold and white. It was as if the entire city was nothing more than a line of steps leading to the dome. The cupola glistened like polished moonstone, a milky bead floating atop a pyramid of gray slate. Oric anticipated Aragon's question, saying, "That is Selbedale, the greatest temple of dwarfdom and home of Dergrimst Quan, the Quan clan, who act as servants and messengers to the gods." "Do they rule Tarnag?" asked Saphira. Aragon repeated the query. "Nay," said Arya, stepping past them. "Though the Quan are strong, they are small in numbers, despite their power over the afterlife, and gold. It is the Ragni Hefthan, the river guard, who control Tarnag. We will stay with their clan chief, Undin, while here." As they followed the elf off the outcropping and through the gnarled forest that blanketed the mountain, Oric whispered to Aragon, "Mind her not. She has been arguing with the Quan for many a year. Every time she visits Tarnag and speaks with a priest, it produces a quarrel fierce enough to scare a cull." "Arya." Oric nodded grimly. "I know little of it, but I've heard she disagrees strongly with much that the Quan practice. It seems that elves do not hold with, muttering into the air for help." Quote. Aragon stared at Arya's back as they descended, wondering if Oric's words were true, and if so, what Arya herself believed. He took a deep breath, pushing the matter from his mind. It felt wonderful to be back in the open, where he could smell the moss and ferns and trees of the forest, where the sun was warm on his face and bees and other insects swarmed pleasantly. The path took them down to the edge of the lake before rising back toward Tarnag and its open gates. "How have you hidden Tarnag from Galbatorix?" asked Aragon. "Far and sure I understand, but this, I've never seen anything like it." Oric laughed softly. "Hide it? That would be impossible. No, after the riders fell, we were forced to abandon all our cities above ground and retreat into our tunnels in order to escape Galbatorix and the Forsworn. They would often fly through the Biors, killing anyone whom they encountered. I thought that dwarves always lived underground." Oric's thick eyebrows met in a frown. "Why should we? We may have an affinity for stone, but we like the open air as much as elves or humans. However, it has only been in the last decade and a half, ever since Morzan died, that we have dared return to Tarnag and other of our ancient dwellings. Galbatorix may be unnaturally powerful, but even he would not attack an entire city alone. Of course, he and his dragon could cause us no end of trouble if they wanted, but these days they rarely leave Uruibane, even for short trips. Nor could Galbatorix bring an army here without first defeating Barad or Parthendur." "Which he nearly did," commented Saphira. Cresting a small mound, Aragon jolted with surprise as an animal crashed through the underbrush and onto the path. The scraggly creature looked like a mountain goat from the spine, except that it was a third larger and had giant ribbed horns that curled around its cheeks, making an Urgle seem no bigger than a swallow nest. Odder still was the saddle lashed across the goat's back and the dwarf seated firmly on it, aiming a half-drawn bow into the air. "Hurt der Grimst, Phil Graston," shouted the strange dwarf. "Oric Thrix Menthi Bone Rith Carrick Aragon Ractor Grimst Ingaitum," answered Oric. "Warn, as manually Karharug Arya. Nay O.C. Undins Grimsty Bellerden." The goat stared warily at Saphira. Aragon noted how bright and intelligent its eyes were, though its face was rather droll with its frosty beard and somber expression. It reminded him of Hrothgar, and he almost laughed, thinking how very dwarfish the animal was. "As Jokjordn Rast," came the reply. With no discernible command on the dwarf's part, the goat leapt forward, covering such an extraordinary distance it seemed to take flight for a moment. Then rider and steed vanished between the trees. "What was that?" asked Aragon, amazed. Oric resumed walking. "A Feldunost, one of the 5 animals unique to these mountains. A clan is named after each one. However, Der Grim's Feldunost is perhaps the bravest and most revered of the clans." "Why so?" "We depend upon Feldunost for milk, wool, and meat. Without their sustenance, we could not live in the Biors. When Galbatorix and his traitorous riders were terrorizing us, it was Der Grimst Feldunost who risked themselves, and still do, to tend the herds and fields. As such, we are all in their debt." Do all dwarves ride Feldunost? He stumbled slightly over the unusual word. Only in the mountains. Feldunost are hardy and short-footed, but they are better suited for cliffs than open plains. Saphira nudged Aragon with her nose, causing Snowfire to shy away. Now those would be good hunting, better than any I had in the spine or Hence. If I have time in Tarnag. No, he said. We can't afford to offend the dwarves. She snorted, irritated. I could ask permission first. Now the path that had concealed them for so long under dark boughs entered the great clearing that surrounded Tarnag. Groups of observers had already begun to gather in the fields when 7 Feldunost with shield harnesses bounded out from the city. Their riders bore lances tipped with pennants that snapped like whips in the air. Reining in his strange beast, the lead dwarf said, "Thou art welcome to this city of Tarnag. By Otho of Undine and Ganel, I, Thor, son of Brock, offer in peace the shelter of our halls." His accent grumbled and rasped with a rough fur quite unlike Oryx. "And by Hrothgar's Otho, if the Ingidum accepts your hospitality," responded Oryx. "As do I, in Iceland's stead," added Arya. Appearing satisfied, the dwarf motioned to his fellow riders, who spurred their Feldunost into formation around the 4 of them. With a flourish, the dwarves rode off, guiding them to Tarnag and through the city gates. The outer wall was 40 feet thick and formed a shadowed tunnel to the first of the many farms that belted Tarnag. 5 more tiers, each of which was defended by a fortified gate, carried them past the fields and into the city proper. In contrast to Tarnag's thickly built ramparts, the buildings within, though of stone, were shaped with such cunning as to give the impression of grace and lightness. Strong, bold carvings, usually of animals, adorned the houses and shops. But even more striking was the stone itself. Vibrant hues, from bright scarlet to the subtlest of greens, glazed the rock in translucent layers. And hung throughout the city were the dwarves, flames as lanterns, their multicolored sparks harbingers of the year's long dusk and night. Unlike Trondheim, Tarnag had been constructed in proportion to the dwarves, with no concession for human, elf, or dragon visitors. At the most, doorways were 5 feet high, and they were often only 4.5. Aragon was of middling height, but now he felt like a giant transported onto a puppet stage. The streets were wide and crammed. Dwarves of various clans hurried about their business or stood haggling in and around shops. Many were garbed in strange, exotic costumes, such as a block of fierce black-haired dwarves who wore silver helmets forged in the likeness of wolf heads. Aragon stared at the dwarf women the most, as he had only caught brief glimpses of them while in Trondheim. They were broader than the men, and their faces were heavy-set, yet their eyes sparkled and their hair was lustrous and their hands were gentle on their diminutive children. They eschewed frippery, except for small, intricate brooches of iron and stone. At the Feldunost's piercing footsteps, the dwarves turned to look at the new arrivals. They did not cheer as Aragon had expected, but rather bowed and murmured, "Shadeslayer." As they saw the hammer and stars upon Aragon's helm, admiration was replaced by shock and, in many cases, outrage. A number of the angrier dwarves contracted around the Feldunost, glaring between the animals at Aragon and shouting imprecations. The back of Aragon's neck prickled. It seems that adopting me wasn't the most popular decision Hrothgar could make. "Aye," agreed Saphira. "He may have strengthened his hold on you, but at the cost of alienating many of the dwarves. We'd better get out of sight before blood is shed." Thorpe and the other guards rode forward as if the crowd was non-existent, clearing the way through 7 additional tiers until only a single gate separated them from the mass of Selbedale. Then Thorpe turned left, toward a great hall pressed against the side of the mountain and protected in 4 by a barbican with 2 machicolated towers. As they neared the hall, a group of armed dwarves streamed out from between the houses and formed a thick line, blocking the street. Long purple veils covered their faces and draped over their shoulders, like mail coifs. The guards immediately reined in their Feldunost, faces hard. "What is it?" Aragon asked Oric, but the dwarf only shook his head and strode forward, a hand on his axe. "Etzel Nithgech," cried a veiled dwarf, raising a fist. "Form be Rith Carrick, form be Jurgen Carmater nos Ada Garoth Bos Tarnag, dur Encesti Rak Kithen. Jockas Warab as Barzuliger Duerder Grimst, as Swelden Rak Amber, Moak Tor Rab Durkurin. Ne Udam Edelo S Rast Nerlag. Nerlag Anna." For a long minute, he continued to rant with growing spleen. "Burn," barked Thorpe, cutting him off. Then the 2 dwarves began arguing. Despite the harsh exchange, Aragon saw that Thorpe seemed to respect the other dwarf. Aragon shifted to the side, trying to get a better view past Thor's Feldunost, and the veiled dwarf abruptly fell silent, jabbing at Aragon's helm with an expression of horror. Nerlag kana kiranuter grimstingeitem. He screamed. Karzel Anna Rothgar own Ballfield. Jockus Frekter Grimstiviren, interrupted Auric quietly, drawing his axe. Worried, Aragon glanced at Arya, but she was too intent on the confrontation to notice him. He surreptitiously slid his hand down and around Zarok's wire-wrapped hilt. The strange dwarf stared hard at Auric, then removed an iron ring from his pocket, plucked 3 hairs from his beard, twined them around the ring, and threw it onto the street with a discourteous click, spitting after it. Without a word, the purple-shrouded dwarves filed away. Thor, Auric, and the other warriors flinched as the ring bounced across the granite pavement. Even Arya seemed taken aback. 2 of the younger dwarves blanched and reached for their blades, then dropped their hands as Thor barked, Ada. Their reactions unsettled Aragon far more than the raucous exchange had. As Auric strode forward alone and deposited the ring in a pouch, Aragon asked, "What does it mean?" "It means," said Thor, "that you have enemies." They hurried through the barbican to a wide courtyard arrayed with 3 banquet tables, decorated with lanterns and banners. Before the tables stood a group of dwarves, foremost among them a gray-bearded dwarf swathed in wolfskin. He spread his arms, saying, "Welcome to Tarnag, home of your Grimst Ragni Heften. We have heard much praise of you, Aragon Deathslayer. I am Undin, son of Darand and clan chief." Another dwarf stepped forward. He had the shoulders and chest of a warrior, topped with hooded black eyes that never left Aragon's face. "And I, Ganel, son of Orm Blood Axe and clan chief of der Grimst Quan. It is an honor to be your guests," said Aragon, inclining his head. He felt Saphira's irritation at being ignored. "Patience," he murmured, forcing a smile. She snorted. The clan chiefs greeted Arya and Auric in turn, but their hospitality was lost on Auric, whose only response was to extend his hand, the iron ring on his palm. Undin's eyes widened, and he gingerly lifted the ring, pinching it between his thumb and forefinger as if it were a venomous snake. "Who gave this to you?" It was as Swelden Rak Anwin. And not to me, but to Aragon. As alarm spread across their faces, Aragon's earlier apprehension returned. He had seen lone dwarves face an entire group of Kull without shirking. The ring must symbolize something dreadful indeed if it could undermine their courage. Undin frowned as he listened to the muttering of his advisors, then said, "We must consult on this issue. Shadowslayer, a feast is prepared in your honor. If you would allow my servants to guide you to your quarters, you can refresh yourself, and then we might begin." Of course, Aragon handed Snowfire's reins to a waiting dwarf and followed a guide into the hall. As he passed through the door, he glanced back and saw Arya and Auric bustling away with the clan chief, their heads pressed close together. "I won't be long," he promised Saphira. After crouching through dwarf-sized corridors, he was relieved that the room assigned to him was spacious enough to stand freely. The servant bowed and said, "I will return when Grimstivoreth Undin is ready." Once the dwarf was gone, Aragon paused and took a deep breath, grateful for the silence. The encounter with the veiled dwarves hovered in his mind, making it difficult for him to relax. At least we won't be in Tarnag long. That should prevent them from hindering us. Peeling off his gloves, Aragon went to a marble basin set on the floor next to the low bed. He put his hands in the water, then jerked them out with an involuntary yelp. The water was almost boiling. It must be a dwarf custom, he realized. He waited until it cooled a bit, then doused his face and neck, rubbing them clean as steam swirled off his skin. Rejuvenated, he stripped out of his breeches and tunic and outfitted himself in the clothes he had worn to Ajahad's funeral. He touched Zarok, but decided it would only insult Undin's table and instead belted out his hunting knife. Then, from his pack, he took the scroll Nasita had charged him with delivering to Icelandzadi and weighed it in his hand, wondering where to hide it. The missive was too important to leave out in the open, where it could be read or stolen. Unable to think of a better place, he slipped the scroll up his sleeve. "It'll be safe there unless I get into a fight, in which case I'll have bigger problems to worry about." When at last the servant returned for Aragon, it was only an hour or so past noon, but the sun had already vanished behind the looming mountains, plunging Tarnag into dusk. Exiting the hall, Aragon was struck by the city's transformation. With the premature advent of night, the dwarves' lanterns revealed their true strength, flooding the streets with pure, unwavering light that made the entire valley glow. Undin and the other dwarves were gathered in the courtyard, along with Saphira, who had situated herself at the head of a table. No one appeared interested in disputing her choice. "Has anything happened?" asked Aragon, hurrying toward her. Undine summoned extra warriors, then had the gates barred. Does he expect an attack? At the very least, he's concerned about the possibility. Aragon, please join me, said Undine, gesturing at the chair to his right. The clan chief seated himself as Aragon did, and the rest of the company hurriedly followed suit. Aragon was happy when Auric ended up beside him with Arya directly across the table, although both looked grim. Before he could ask Auric about the ring, Undine slapped the table and roared, "IGNH as Bob." Servants streamed out of the hall, bearing platters of meat and gold piled high with meats, pies, and fruit. They divided into 3 columns, one for each table, and deposited the dishes with a flourish. Before them were soups and stews filled with various tubers, roasted venison, long hot loaves of sourdough bread, and rows of honey cake stripped with raspberry preserve. In a bed of green flake-filleted trout garnished with parsley, and on the side, pickled eel stared forlornly at an urn of cheese, as if hoping to somehow escape back into a river. A swan sat on each table, surrounded by a flock of stuffed partridges, geese, and ducks. Mushrooms were everywhere, broiled in juicy strips, placed atop a bird's head like a bonnet, or carved in the shape of castles amid moats of gravy. An incredible variety was on display, from puffy white mushrooms the size of Aragon's fist, to ones he could have mistaken for gnarled bark, to delicate toadstools sliced neatly in half to showcase their blue flesh. Then the centerpiece of the feast was revealed, a gigantic roasted boar, glistening with sauce. At least Aragon thought it was a boar, for the carcass was as large as Snowfire and took 6 dwarfs to carry. The tusks were longer than his forearms, the snout as wide as his head. And the smell, it overwhelmed all others in pungent waves that made his eyes water from their strength. "Nagra," whispered Auric, "giant boar. Undine truly honors you tonight, Aragon. Only the bravest dwarves dare hunt Nagran, and it is only served to those who have great valor. Also, I think he makes a gesture that he will support you over Grimst Nagra." Aragon leaned toward him so no one else could hear. "Then this is another animal native to the Biors. What are the rest?" "Forest wolves big enough to prey on a Nagra and nimble enough to catch Feldunost. Cave bears, which we call Urzaden and the elves call Bjorn and for which they dub these peaks, though we do not call them such ourselves. The mountains, name is a secret that we share with no race." "And Smurboth," commanded Undine, smiling at his guests. The servants immediately drew small curved knives and cut portions of the Nagra, which they set on everyone's plates, except for Arya's, including a weighty piece for Saphira. Undine smiled again, took a dagger, and sliced off a bit of his meat. Aragon reached for his own knife, but Auric grabbed his arm. "Wait." Undine chewed slowly, rolling his eyes and nodding in an exaggerated fashion, then swallowed and proclaimed, "ILF Gowneth." "Now," said Auric, turning to the meal as conversation erupted along the tables. Aragon had never tasted anything like the boar. It was juicy, soft, and oddly spicy, as if the meat had been soaked in honey and cider, which was enhanced by the mint used to flavor the pork. "I wonder how they managed to cook something so large." "Very slowly," commented Saphira, nibbling on her Nagra. Between bites, Auric explained, "It is custom, from days when poisoning was rampant among clans, for the host to taste the food first and declare it safe for his guests." During the banquet, Aragon divided his time between sampling the multitude of dishes and conversing with Auric, Arya, and dwarfs farther down the table. In that manner, the hours hastened by, for the feast was so large, it was late afternoon before the last course had been served, the last bite consumed, and the last chalice drained. As servants removed the tableware, Undine turned to Aragon and said, "The meal pleased you, yes?" "It was delicious." Undine nodded. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. I had the tables moved outside yesterday so the dragon might dine with us." He remained intently focused on Aragon all the while he spoke. Aragon went cold and sighed. Intentionally or not, Undine had treated Saphira as no more than a beast. Aragon had intended to ask about the veiled dwarves in private, but now, out of a desire to unsettle Undine, he said, "Saphira and I thank you." Then, "Sir, why was the ring thrown at us?" A painful silence crept over the courtyard. Out of the corner of his eye, Aragon saw Auric wince. Arya, however, smiled as if she understood what he was doing. Undine put down his dagger, scowling thickly. "The Nerlan you met are of a tragic clan. Before the riders' fall, they were among the oldest, richest families of our kingdom. Their doom was sealed, though, by 2 mistakes. They lived on the western edge of the Bior Mountains, and they volunteered their greatest warriors in Briel's service. Anger broke through his voice with sharp cracks. Galbatorix and his ever-cursed forsworn slaughtered them in your city of Uruibane. Then they flew on us, killing many. Of that clan, only Grimstikar Vlors Anwin and her guards survived. Anwin soon died of grief, and her men took the name as Swelden Rak Anwin, the tears of Anwin, covering their faces to remind themselves of their loss and their desire for revenge. Aragon's cheeks stung with shame as he fought to keep his face expressionless. So, said Undine, glowering at a pastry, they rebuilt the clan over the decades, waiting and hunting for recompense. And now you come, bearing Hrothgar's mark. It is the ultimate insult to them, no matter your service and fars endure. Thus the ring, the ultimate challenge. It means your grim as Swelden Rak Anwin will oppose you with all their resources, in every matter, big or small. They have set themselves against you utterly, declared themselves blood enemies. Do they mean me bodily harm? Asked Aragon stiffly. Undine's gaze faltered for a moment as he cast a look at Ganel, then he shook his head and uttered a gruff laugh that was, perhaps, louder than the occasion warranted. No, Shadeslayer, not even they would dare hurt again. It is forbidden. They only want you gone, gone, gone. Yet Aragon still wondered. Then Undine said, please, let us talk no more of these unpleasant matters. Ganel and I have offered our food and meat in friendship, is that not what matters? The priest murmured in concordance. It is appreciated, Aragon finally relented. Saphira looked at him with solemn eyes and said, they are afraid, Aragon. Afraid and resentful because they have been forced to accept a rider's assistance. Aye, they may fight with us, but they don't fight for us. Celvedil. The dawnless morning found Aragon in Undine's main hall, listening as the clan chief spoke to Auric in Dwarvish. Undine broke off as Aragon approached, then said, ah, Shadeslayer. You slept well. Yes. Good. He gestured at Auric. We have been considering your departure. I had hoped you'd be able to spend some time with us. But under the circumstances, it seems best if you resume your journey early tomorrow morning, when fewer in the streets who might trouble you. Supplies and transportation are being readied even as I speak. It was Hrothgar's orders that guards should accompany you as far as Carries. I have increased their numbers from 3 to 7. And in the meantime, Undine shrugged his fur-bound shoulders. I had intended to show you the wonders of Tarnag, but it would be foolish now for you to wander Mine City. However, Grimstiborith Ganel has invited you to Selbedale for the day. Except if you wish, you'll be safe with him. The clan chief seemed to have forgotten his earlier assertion that as Swelden Rak Anwin would not harm a guest. Thank you, I might at that. As Aragon left the hall, he pulled Auric aside and asked, how serious is this feud, really? I need to know the truth. Auric answered with obvious reluctance. In the past, it was not uncommon for blood feuds to endure for generations. Entire families were driven extinct because of them. It was rash of as Swelden Rak Anwin to invoke the old ways. Such a thing has not been done since the last of the clan wars. Until they rescind their oath, you must guard against their treachery, whether it be for a year or a century. I'm sorry that your friendship with Hrothgar has brought this upon you, Aragon. But you are not alone. Your grim item stands with you in this. Once outside, Aragon hurried to Saphira, who had spent the night coiled in the courtyard. Is you mind if I visit Selbedale? Go if you must, but take Zarok. He followed her advice, also tucking the suit as scroll into his tunic. When Aragon approached the gates to the hall's enclosure, 5 dwarves pushed the rough-hewn timbers aside, then closed in around him, hands on their axes and swords as they inspected the street. The guards remained as Aragon retraced yesterday's path to the barred entrance of Tarnag's foremost tier. Aragon shivered. The city seemed unnaturally empty. Doors were closed, windows were shuttered, and the few pedestrians in evidence averted their faces and turned down alleys to avoid walking past him. They're scared to be seen near me, he realized. Perhaps because they know as Swelden Rak Anwin will retaliate against anyone who helps me. Eager to escape the open street, Aragon raised his hand to knock, but before he could, one door grated outward, and a black-robed dwarf beckoned from within. Tightening his sword belt, Aragon entered, leaving his guards outside. His first impression was of color. A burst of green sword splayed around the pillared mass of Selbedale, like a mantle dropped over the symmetrical hill that upheld the temple. Ivy strangled the building's ancient walls in foot after foot of hairy ropes, dew still glittering on the pointed leaves. And curving above all but the mountains was the great white cupola ribbed with chiseled gold. His next impression was of smell. Flowers and incense mixed their perfumes into an aroma so ethereal, Aragon felt as if he could live on the scent alone. Last was sound, for despite clumps of priests strolling along mosaic pathways and spacious grounds, the only noise Aragon could discern was the soft thump of a rook flying overhead. The dwarf beckoned again and strode down the main avenue toward Selbedale. As they passed under its eaves, Aragon could only marvel at the wealth and craftsmanship displayed around him. The walls were spotted with gems of every color and cut, though all flawless, and red gold had been hammered into the veins lacing the stone ceilings, walls, and floor. Pearls and silver provided accents. Occasionally, they passed a screen partition carved entirely of jade. The temple was devoid of cloth decorations. In their absence, the dwarves had carved a profusion of statues, many depicting monsters and deities locked in epic battles. After climbing several floors, they passed through a copper door waxy with verdigris and embossed with intricate, patterned knots into a bare room floored with wood. Armor hung thickly on the walls, along with racks of staff swords identical to the one Angela had fought with in Farthendur. Ganel was there, sparring with 3 younger dwarves. The clan chief's robe was rucked up over his thighs so he could move freely, his face a fierce scowl as the wood shaft spun in his hands, in sharpened blades darting like riled hornets. 2 dwarves lunged at Ganel, only to be stymied in a clatter of wood and metal as he spun past them, rapping their knees and heads and sending them to the floor. Aragon grinned as he watched Ganel disarm his last opponent in a brilliant flurry of blows. At last the clan chief noticed Aragon and dismissed the other dwarves. As Ganel set his weapon on a rack, Aragon said, "Are all Quan so proficient with the blade? It seems an odd skill for priests." Ganel faced him. "We must be able to defend ourselves, no. Many enemies stalk this land." Aragon nodded. "Those are unique swords. I've never seen their like, except for one an herbalist used in the Battle of Farthendur." The dwarf sucked in his breath, then let it hiss out between his teeth. Angela, his expression soured. She won her staff from a priest in a game of riddles. It was a nasty trick, as we are the only ones allowed to use Huthbjörn. She and Arya, he shrugged and went to a small table, where he filled 2 mugs with ale. Handing one to Aragon, he said, "I invited you here today at Hrothgar's request. He told me that if you accepted his offer to become Ingidum, I was to acquaint you with dwarf traditions." Aragon sipped the ale and kept silent, eyeing how Ganel's thick brow caught the light, shadows dripping down his cheeks from the bony ridge. The clan chief continued, "Never before has an outsider been taught our secret beliefs, nor may you speak of them to human or elf. Yet without this knowledge, you cannot uphold what it means to be Nurla. You are Ingidum now, our blood, our flesh, our honor. You understand?" "I do." "Come." Keeping his ale in hand, Ganel took Aragon from the sparring room and conveyed him through 5 grand corridors, stopping in the archway to a dim chamber hazy with incense. Facing them, the squat outline of a statue swelled ponderously from floor to ceiling, a faint light cast across the brooding dwarf face hacked with uncharacteristic crudeness from brown granite. "Who is he?" asked Aragon, intimidated. "Guntera, king of the gods. He is a warrior and a scholar, though fickle in his moods, so we burn offerings to assure his affection at the solstices, before sowing, and at deaths and births." Ganel twisted his hand in a strange gesture and bowed to the statue. "It is to him we pray before battles, for he molded this land from the bones of a giant and gives the world its order. All realms are Guntera's." Then Ganel instructed Aragon how to properly venerate the god, explaining the signs and words that were used for homage. He elucidated the meaning of the incense, how it symbolized life and happiness, and spent long minutes recounting legends about Guntera, how the god was born fully formed to a she-wolf at the dawn of stars, how he had battled monsters and giants to win a place for his kin in Algesia, and how he had taken Kilth, the goddess of rivers and the sea, as his mate. Next they went to Kilth's statue, which was carved with exquisite delicacy out of pale blue stone. Her hair flew back in liquid ripples, rolling down her neck and framing merry amethyst eyes. In her hands, she cupped a water lily and a chunk of porous red rock that Aragon did not recognize. "What is that?" he asked, pointing. "Coral taken from deep within the sea that borders the Biors." "Coral." Ganel took a draught of ale, then said, "Our divers found it while searching for pearls. It seems that, in brine, certain stones grow like plants." Aragon stared with wonder. He had never thought of pebbles or boulders as alive, yet here was proof that all they needed was water and salt to flourish. It finally explained how rocks had continued to appear in their fields in Palantir Valley, even after the soil had been combed clean each spring. They grew. They proceeded to Urur, master of the air and heavens, and his brother Morgothel, god of fire. At the Carmen statue of Morgothel, the priest told how the brothers loved each other so much, neither could exist independently. Thus, Morgothel's burning palace in the sky during the day, and the sparks from his forge that appeared overhead every night. And also thus, how Uruur constantly fed his siblings so he would not die. Only two more gods were left after that: Sindri, mother of the earth, and Helsvog. Helsvog's statue was different from the rest. The new god was bowed in half over a dwarf-sized lump of gray flint, caressing it with the tip of his forefinger. The muscles of his back bunched and knotted with inhuman strain, yet his expression was incredibly tender, as if a newborn child lay before him. Ganel's voice dropped to a low rasp. Guntera may be king of the gods, but it is Helsvog who holds our hearts. It was he who felt that the land should be peopled after the giants were vanquished. The other gods disagreed, but Helsvog ignored them and, in secret, formed the first dwarf from the roots of a mountain. When his deed was discovered, jealousy swept the gods and Guntera created elves to control Algesia for himself. Then Sindri brought forth humans from the soil, and Uruur and Morgothel combined their knowledge and released dragons into the land. Only Kilf restrained herself. So the first races entered this world. Aragon absorbed Ganel's words, accepting the clan chief's sincerity but unable to quell a simple question: how does he know? Aragon sensed that it would be an awkward query, however, and merely nodded as he listened. This, said Ganel, finishing the last of his ale, leads to our most important rite, which I know Auric has discussed with you. All dwarves must be buried in stone, else our spirits will never join Helsvog in his hall. We are not of earth, air, or fire, but of stone. And as Ingaitum, it is your responsibility to assure a proper resting place for any dwarf who may die in your company. If you fail, in the absence of injury or enemies, Hrothgar will exile you, and no dwarf will acknowledge your presence until after your death. He straightened his shoulders, staring hard at Aragon. You have much more to learn, yet uphold the customs I outlined today and you will do well. I won't forget, said Aragon. Satisfied, Ganel led him away from the statues and up a winding staircase. As they climbed, the clan chief dipped a hand into his robe and withdrew a simple necklace, a chain threaded through the pommel of a miniature silver hammer. He gave it to Aragon. This is another favor Hrothgar asked of me, Ganel explained. He worries that Galbatorix may have gleaned an image of you from the mines of Durza, the Rizak, or any number of soldiers who saw you throughout the Empire. Why should I fear that? Because then Galbatorix could scry you. Perhaps he already has. A shiver of apprehension wormed down Aragon's side, like an icy snake. I should have thought of that, he berated himself. The necklace will prevent anyone from scrying you or your dragon, as long as you wear it. I placed the spell myself, so it should hold before even the strongest mind. But be forewarned, when activated, the necklace will draw upon your strength until you either take it off or the danger has passed. What if I'm asleep? Could the necklace consume all my energy before I was aware of it? Nay, it will wake you. Aragon rolled the hammer between his fingers. It was difficult to avert another's spells, least of all Galbatorix's. If Ganel is so accomplished, what other enchantments might be hidden in his gift? He noticed a line of runes cut along the hammer's haft. They spelled Astum Hefthen. The stares ended as he asked, why do dwarves write with the same runes as humans? For the first time since they met, Ganel laughed, his voice booming through the temple as his large shoulders shook. It is the other way around. Humans write with our runes. When your ancestors landed in Algesia, they were as illiterate as rabbits. However, they soon adopted our alphabet and matched it to this language. Some of your words even come from us, like father, which was originally Farthen. So then Farthen knew or means. Aragon slipped the necklace over his head and tucked it under his tunic. Our father. Stopping at a door, Ganel ushered Aragon through to a curved gallery located directly below the cupola. The passageway banded Selbedale, providing a view through the open archways of the mountains behind Tarnag, as well as the terraced city far below. Aragon barely glanced at the landscape, for the gallery's inner wall was covered with a single continuous painting, a gigantic narrative band that began with a depiction of the dwarves, creation under Helsvog's hand. The figures and objects stood in relief from the surface, giving the panorama a feeling of hyperrealism with its saturated, glowing colors and minute detail. Captivated, Aragon asked, how was this made? Each scene is carved out of small plates of marble, which are fired with enamel, then fitted into a single piece. Wouldn't it be easier to use regular paint? It would, said Ganel, but not if we wanted
Since the dawn of history, human beings have realized various forms of energy. Civilizations have progressed with them. So where does such energy like Metatron lead our civilization?
Position for landing.
MR 1422, Dingo, egret, unlocked. 20 to touchdown.
That's unusual.
What is?
Indications of Metatron. It's way too shallow.
The Metatron is not very deep.
And it's very strong. It wasn't here last time I came. What the hell is that? An orbital frame.
My liver's damaged. Damn Baram.
Barum from Mars? Dingo!
Good morning. Ready for combat? This is Detached Backup Battle Unit, Ada. Do you request control instructions?
But in the last half year, the situation on Mars has changed drastically. Now, Balram's war potential is very strong. The Space Force put up a stubborn resistance, but without a major war, Mars was occupied by Balram in a flash. Alman is already getting ready. Only those two machines can make Alman move or stop.
So you want this frame, don't you?
Maybe.
Even if you're Baram, that's too rough.
It sure is.
Who's the commander? Is that you, Viola?
Is programmed to blow up at the core of Alman. In case of need, Ada will start up the explosion system automatically. It's programmed to do so.
Ada, please answer my question. You're going to Alman, aren't you?
So what if I am?
Do you know Ada intends to self-destruct Jeffy on Alman?
Ada, please look after him. What are you doing on this ship anyway?
If anything happens to my pals on Callisto, you'll pay.
I didn't kill them.
I don't believe you. I've been dead once already. I'll bring it to an end myself.
No!
Look, the perfect fusion of Metatron, the destruction to end all!
The machine supplements your heart and lungs. That power comes from Jehuti. You will die if you leave Jehuti.
The performance of these two bodies is even. But to match Anubis, Jehuti lacks one thing. A program to bring out the full performance of Jehuti. That depends on the skill of the runner.
Get out of my way!
Project Almon's purpose is not domination, destruction. He's here.
It is Anubis.
You must, even if I don't make it. Listen, please, be sure to stop Almon.
Anubis! Ah! Leo, wait! Almon chose me. The universe and human subconscious are willing their own end. Look, this is the will of Metatron.
Dingo, I think the Metatron reaction is from the direction of the arrow.
I got you.
You may crash. Beware.
Dingo, haven't you arrived yet? Don't push the left so hard. Hey, Dingo, after this job, are you free?
I'm on the ground.
The Metatron is not very deep.
And it's very strong. It wasn't here last time I came.
Going back. Going back. Going.
Shut up!
Is it debris?
The observation crews are goofing off again. What the hell is that?
Anything wrong?
I found something interesting. I'll check it out.
Hatch unlocked. Where? A helmet.
I've got a bad feeling.
What?
An orbital frame.
I see a huge ship over there.
What's happening, Angie? What ship did you see? Angie! Damn. Warship? Must be Baram. My liver's damaged. Damn Baram.
Baram from Mars? How can you tell?
Get your ship down into the ditch and stay hidden.
Good morning. Ready for combat operation.
Verified as unmanned orbital frame, Raptor. Be careful not to get surrounded. Raptor destroyed.
Confirming the enemy destroyed.
What is the efficiency of this frame?
This is orbital frame Jehuti. Do you want me to explain how to manipulate the frame?
Who is this?
This is Detached Backup Battle Unit, Ada.
So this is a battle computer, isn't it? More reliable than the Lev's navigators.
I'm completely different. Do you request control instructions?
Yes, Ada. Please.
Please choose what training you want to go through. I will explain about moving. Jehuti follows the left stick operations. Press the triangle button to ascend. Press the X button to descend. Press the R2 button while moving to dash. Holding down the R2 button keeps you dashing. This is very effective to move quickly or dodge. Jehuti is set up now. I will explain about dash attacks. I will explain about Jehuti is set up not to do that right now.
I will explain about burst attack. I will explain. I will explain how to I will explain about the ring radar. When an enemy gets close to Jehuti, the ring radar appears. The ring radar turns green when the enemy is far away. It turns orange when the enemy gets closer. The size of the ring radar represents the distance from the enemy. When an attack from outside the screen approaches Jehuti, a red ring radar appears. In this case, the marker shows the direction and distance of the incoming attack. The closer the attacker gets, the larger the ring radar becomes. Ending the explanation of the ring radar. I will explain about combo smash. In a close-range battle, you can perform a combo smash with a normal blade attack. Press the square button 3 times consecutively. If the fourth press is the square button, you will slash and push back the enemy. If the fourth press is the triangle button, you will slash and toss up the enemy. If the fourth press is the X button, you will slash and throw down the enemy. By pushing an enemy to a wall, ceiling, or floor, you can cause additional damage. I will explain about camera control. If you are not locked on, Jehuti will move in the direction of the left stick. If you release the left stick, the camera will capture Jehuti from behind. Ending training.
We found our objective at point 04.
Roger. Departing for 04.
Enemy approaching. Unmanned battle planes. Unmanned combat aircraft, Mosquito. Individual attacks are weak, but be careful. There are many of them. Attack the mosquitoes all at once with the homing laser.
Put me through to 663.
Yes, I'll connect you now.
Help me, Dingo!
Where are you?
My legs are damaged!
Rick, where are you now? Don't move! I'll be there soon!
Enemy approaching.
It's approaching your way!
Indicate the position of Rick with an arrow. Move in the indicated direction. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. Lock on targets. Use the L2 button. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. The cursor is on. Destroy with a burst attack. Stop moving and keep pressing the R2 button. Then hit the square button for a burst attack.
Beat it, Rick! Dingo!
found Jehuti, you'll have to give it to me.
What does Baram want with Callisto?
Oh? You don't look like a mining man to me.
Get lost.
Yeehaw! Hand over Jehuti!
Shoot down the enemy's attack with lasers. Exceeding 75%.
This frame, don't you?
Maybe.
Even if you're Baram, that's too rough.
It sure is.
Who's the commander?
You think I'll tell?
Wait!
Good job, Dingo.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
Dingo, the enemy is approaching me.
All right, I'll try to head them off.
You will?
Take care, Angie.
What?
High energy reaction inside enemy battleship. Entry is dangerous.
If we don't do something, we'll be crushed along with Callisto. We have no choice.
lock on targets, use the L2 button. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed. All enemies have been cleared. You can grab objects which may be useful in battle with the circle button. Do you want to see how it's done?
Yes, please.
I will explain about grabbing objects. I will explain how to grab an enemy. By pressing the circle button near an enemy, Jehuti can grab it. Ending training. Destroy the cellar generating enemies. Confirm destruction of cellar. Obtained Metatron. Approaching. Long-distance support type, mummy head. Be careful. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Confirm destruction of cellar. Destroyed.
After all, they want this frame, don't they?
Did you board this even though you knew?
I didn't want to involve my friends. Also, there's something I have to confirm.
The gate to the next unit is open. Please follow the arrow. The enemy shield is not damaged by an energy attack. You will...
Is that you? Viola?
Perhaps you're speaking to a battle AI.
She's AI? Hey, Viola!
It is just a replica being made by using her...
Give that orbital frame back.
Who's the runner?
R1 button.
Damn, it's too tough! I remember you. Noman. It's Dingo. I'm surprised you're still alive, Dingo.
Long time no see, Noman.
How have you been?
I've been on vacation.
You get off and come to my room.
What are you doing on this ship anyway?
If anything happens to my pals on Callisto, you'll pay.
I didn't kill them.
I don't believe you.
Your skills are getting worse, Dingo. You've been slacking off.
Noman.
Ken, back off. Let me introduce you to Dingo. He was the leading pilot in our unit 6 years ago.
Dingo Egret?
Military records show him dead.
You're doing rather menial work compared to the old days. Have you been demoted to the outskirts?
Shut up. You have come back under my command.
Come back? You must be kidding!
You'd better come back. It'll be fun from now on.
I refuse! Your fooling around almost killed me back there. It's not funny.
You don't understand.
You can't deceive me with beautiful words like freedom and independence anymore. Do you realize how many of my comrades died back there? Say it. You killed them!
I wouldn't know.
You devil!
Dingo! Come back. I like you.
You make me sick.
You dispose of the body.
Help me if you want to live.
I've never heard anything like this before. Are you sure this order is from Colonel Noman?
If not, why would I be doing such a thing? Ready? Please begin.
He's got a stable pulse.
Thank you. You can go now.
Okay.
Awake? You've been asleep for 2 months. I shaved your beard. Ada, please look after him.
If I have to.
Where am I?
You're on DemS Station, the gateway to Mars. How are you feeling?
I feel really sick.
It's better than feeling dead, isn't it?
I didn't die, did I?
You didn't, but you did lose your heart and lungs.
So how can I still be alive?
You can only stay alive when you're aboard Jehuti.
Jehuti?
The machine supplements your heart and lungs. That power comes from Jehuti.
What?
The minute you get off Jehuti, it will stop providing energy. You will die if you leave Jehuti.
Oh, don't talk nonsense.
Well, try it if you like.
Sit down, it's too dangerous.
Don't do that again. Did you want to scare me to death?
You're either stupid or insane! How could you do this to me?
I had no choice. The cockpit is too small to put in all the gear needed to keep you alive.
I didn't want this!
I told you if you helped me, I would save your life.
I don't remember. When did you say that?
Just before, when you nearly died.
I don't remember!
You should be more appreciative of me. I saved your life, looked after you, and kept you hidden from the other crew for 2 months.
Damn. Hook me up to proper vitals.
I can give your real body back, so you'd better just accept my orders.
Don't be ridiculous. How can I follow Bahram?
I'm not Bahram.
What?
Quite the opposite. I'm with the Space Force. I'm Ken Marineris. I've been sent into hiding in Bahram.
Are you serious?
Don't be so surprised all the time.
Why not?
I said we don't have much time, didn't I? I didn't want to do this either. First, you have to escape from DemS as soon as possible. You're in danger if we stay here wasting time talking.
It's hard for a dead man to understand.
You are still alive.
So what?
Noman is still alive too. Don't you want vengeance on him?
He killed my comrades.
I have the same aim as you, so I won't do anything bad to you.
Can I just ask you one question?
What?
Is it correct this year's winner was Hesperia Gales?
What? Can't you be more serious?
I'm very serious. Do you know the answer?
We've no time for games on Mars. The catapult to eject ships is over there. You can get out if you go along this way. Satellite DemS is under Bahram now. Unmanned machines are on patrol to attack support units of the Space Force from Earth.
DemS is under Bahram's rule?
Not just DemS. Mars and another satellite, Phobos. All of Mars' area has been under Bahram's control. Noman has performed great deeds.
That's awful.
Unexpected things have occurred. Anyway, please consult Ada about the catapult.
Enemy approaching. Close range combat type, Cyclops. Be careful. Enemy destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Cyclops destroyed. Enemy reinforcements are confirmed. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. Enemy destroyed. ETR reaction gone. ETR reaction gone. The gate to the next unit is open. Please follow the arrow. take longer, let's fight in long distance to avoid damage. Obtain Metatron. Obtained Metatron. Target confirmed. Start attack. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. Or keep your distance to avoid damage. Destroyed. Damage level exceeding 75%. Lobby head destroyed. Enemy reinforcements are confirmed. destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. Damage level exceeding 75%. Cyclops destroyed. The gate to the next unit is open. Please follow the arrow. Obtained Metatron. I received a rescue signal.
Ignore it.
Connected.
This is Taper. I'm stuck with a cargo of freight. Please help me.
Which line is this, Ada?
This is from the Space Force.
Listen to his story, Dingo.
Taper, can you hear me? This is Henry G. What's wrong with you?
Are you the Space Force, Henry G?
Something like that.
Please help me. My unit has been attacked by Balram. The controls on my fighter have not been working and I don't have any idea where I am.
We can't help you then.
Yes, please. I've got an important mission to carry out.
Important mission?
We are helping our friends on Mars.
Who did you say you're helping?
There are many people who can't escape from Vasilia after taking away the Vector Cannon.
Vector Cannon?
Please help Taper, Dingo. We need to get it.
I don't know.
I can order Ada to stop feeding energy to you.
You'll what?
Ada?
Damn. Okay, I'll do it. Taper, I'm coming to help you. Don't move from where you are.
I'm hiding in a container. I start shaking after hearing the sound of gunfire.
Ada, where was that message sent from?
I can't find the particular point.
Henry G, this is Taper. A container with a serial number including 1.
To turn around, use the right stick. It's an empty box.
Red container. Oh my! I don't want to hear this!
5 tons of coffee. Vanished.
Please come here now. I can see the warehouse number. I think I'm in Warehouse A now. I don't want to hear this.
Building materials vanished.
A container with a serial number including 8.
Destroyed.
Just come here now.
ETR reaction gone.
A container with a serial number including 1.
Must be Taper.
Are you Henry G?
Yes, I am.
Wow, I'm saved. Thank you. Ah!
Balram!
I'm not Balram, though this is an orbital frame.
Stop! What's your assignment?
Hey, I'll leave you behind if you keep being so dismal.
What's your assignment?
As I said, I'm trying to help you.
All right. Please help me.
Dingo, ask him about his orders.
Shut up.
I have to rescue the people in Vasilia County on Mars. They got stuck after they got a weapon to break through the defense systems of the enemy base.
That's the one you told me about a moment ago.
Yes. The Vector Cannon. It's very important to us to win. That's why I have to rescue them.
You're kidding. How can you rescue them like this?
It's my duty.
Nonsense.
It's enough you take me as far as the shooter to Mars with you. I know where my comrades are when I get to Mars.
You're asking me to carry you to the shooter.
Exactly. Let's go.
Dingo, take him. We'll have him guide us to the labs in Vasilia.
I don't think he's that useful.
Like them, we have to destroy Balram's military fortress. That's why we need that weapon.
The military fortress?
The military fortress. Auman.
Auman.
Oh, Henry G. I've got a program for an orbital frame, but I don't know anything about its contents, so you're welcome to use it.
We obtained the device driver of the sub-weapon Geyser. It works against the enemy's power unit. It can restrict movement for a fixed time.
A sub-weapon?
Sub-weapons support your normal attack with special effects. Select a sub-weapon by tilting the left stick up or down while pressing the L1 button. Use it with the circle button. Each time you use the sub-weapon, the sub-gauge goes down. Keep an eye on how much is left.
Ada, what do I have to do when I grab Taper's lev?
Press the L1 button for a short while, so that grab appears in the sub-weapon window. Then press the circle button in front of the target you wish to grab. Press the circle button again to let go. Check your current position on the map. reaction gone. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed.
You're about to kill me!
ETR reaction gone.
Take me there! Hurry!
ETR reaction gone. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Dodge the enemy attack with dash and attack at the same time. Cyclops destroyed.
What are you doing? Take me there! Hurry! Oh my! I don't want to hear this!
Enemy destroyed. Cyclops destroyed. Enemy destroyed.
Help me! Guys! Ah!
Cyclops destroyed.
Ah!
Enemy destroyed. Cyclops destroyed. Obtained Metatron.
Oh my! I don't want to hear this! What are you doing?
ETR reaction gone.
Stop it! What are you doing?
Enemy destroyed. Obtained Metatron.
That's the shooter. My assignment on Mars could be very similar to yours.
I will let you know when I get there safely. Thank you for your help.
Yeah.
Don't hold me back in Mars.
That's my line.
Well, I'm leaving now.
Hey, what's Mars like now?
What do you want to know?
How's the military situation?
You should know. Anyway, I don't want to talk about it.
Ouch!
By the way, what's your mission anyway?
Quick! Enemy approaching!
Well, see you later!
Enemy approaching. Verified as unmanned orbital frame, Raptor. Be careful not to get surrounded. To switch lock-on targets, use the L2 button. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Obtained Metatron. Enemy destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. ETR reaction gone.
Mars. It doesn't look any different. What's that? Viola. I don't want to fight with Viola, even if she is AI. Let's go!
This is...
We've landed on Mars.
Confirm our location.
The edges of West Margaritifer, the state border of Vasilia territory.
Dingo, first you need to enter into
Enemy approaching. Transforming high mobility frame, Narita. Narita destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. ETR reaction gone. ETR reaction gone. ETR reaction gone. Obtained Metatron. Narita destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Narita destroyed.
Damn! Who is that stranger? Damn! I'll shoot it down.
Here I come! Coming close. Ha! Let go! Yeah! Here I come! Flight mode.
Damage level exceeding 50%.
Coming close. Here I come. Mode change. Hit it. Coming close. Ha! Mode change. Coming close.
Damage level exceeding 75%.
Yeah! Shield. Good one, but not yet. Coming close. down. Coming close. Good one, but not yet. Coming close. Here I come. Give me back Geraldine. Coming close.
Now I get back Ada.
Yo, what's up, Mad Dog? Ah, man. I remember playing this back on the PS2. The demo for the first game actually came out with Metal Gear Solid 2.
Coming close. Here I come.
Nah, it wasn't made by the same people.
Coming close. Let go.
Come on. Here we go. My nuts just vibrated. Why did they vibrate? Get back here. There's the wall there.
Damage level exceeding 50%.
Ah, stop that shit.
Give me back Geraldine. Coming close.
Damage level
What the
exceeding
hell?
75%.
Here I come. Let go. Give me back Geraldine.
Honestly, when I tried Armored Core 6, this is more or less what I expected. What the hell? Where did it go? I don't like this. Lock on, please.
Now I get back Ada.
Oh, so it was. Well, I mean that makes sense for why it was in Metal Gear 2 as a demo, or at least the first one was. It sucks that they never made a third. Come here. You get Spirit Bomb. No one said you could dodge the Spirit Bomb. Ow. That was my fault. Stop moving faster than my freaking lasers can fly, please.
Coming close. Here I come. Coming close. Here I come. Let go.
Wanna block? Throw your ass. It's bullshit. Why can't I get him caught up in a combo?
How about this?
I want to transform into this shit, right? I had hit you with a freaking dash thrust. It's supposed to send you flying.
Damage level exceeding 75%. Option.
Here I come.
Lock on, please. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Okay, there's shit over there. Bullshit. Will you stop losing track of them, please?
I can't lose.
Aww. Bullshit.
Now I get back Ada.
Alright, take it easy, Mad Dog. Y'all have a good day.
I'll settle them down. Coming close.
Damage level exceeding 50%.
What the hell? There we go.
Good one, but not yet. Coming close.
Damage level exceeding 75%.
Here I come.
Mode change.
Damn bomb.
What the hell?
Coming close. Here I come.
Oh, bullshit.
Now I get
So those
that
things
baby.
can shoot from the back.
Coming close. Here I come. Let go. Mode change. Coming close. Eat this. Let go. Mode change. Coming close. Eat this. Shield. Give me back Jehuti.
Yeah, you want to get me with that shit again.
Coming close.
Damage level exceeding 50%.
Let go. Mode change. Damn bomb. Coming close.
Wait, I'm not with Baram.
What else can you say if you're not with Baram?
You must be Leo Stenbuck.
You know him?
Ada. Long time no see.
It's the first runner.
Yes, the data is a perfect match with the previous runner.
You haven't changed a bit.
You're the owner of this frame, aren't you?
That's right.
Why did you abandon Jehuti on Callisto?
Without consulting me, Elena...
Elena?
That's not your business. Anyway, get out of Jehuti.
You want me to leave Jehuti? Don't be silly. I can't leave even if it means I die.
How come?
That's not your business.
What do you plan to do with Jehuti?
I think it could be sold at a high price.
Are you going to Alman? Ada, please answer my question. You're going to Alman, aren't you?
So what if I am?
Do you know that Ada intends to self-destruct Jehuti on Alman?
Are you sure?
It is true.
Wait a second! What's going on? Whose order is that?
It's a command which arose from the basis of a program.
The basis of a program? Are you kidding me? Who would allow such a thing? Hey, Ada, I won't allow you to do that!
You're worried as if it concerns you.
Well, it does!
This is the meaning of the existence bestowed upon me.
Are you stupid? How can you throw away your life for no reason?
I don't need any reasons.
All right, I get rid of Alman. Then you don't need to blow up Jehuti. Isn't that right?
What?
And then, once Alman is destroyed, you'll be alive. That's enough, isn't it? You should take time to think about the meaning of your existence later.
But...
What's your name?
You shut up. I'm Dingo.
Dingo, I'm sorry, but it's me who will destroy Alman.
What?
I can't stomach giving Jehuti to Bahram.
I won't give it up either.
I don't want to lose Jehuti.
You rely on me. I'll get rid of it while you're doing your homework at home.
Okay. I will head towards Alman after helping the Space Force in Vasilia. If I fail, please carry out my task for me.
Hey!
I don't want Ada to fight. I want to finish it.
Why?
For Ada's sake.
You're a funny guy.
Oh, please take this with you.
We obtained the device driver of the sub-weapon Gauntlet. It stuns enemies to a distance by physical impact.
If you can hit an enemy into the wall using the Gauntlet, they will suffer double damage.
I see.
Dingo, you saw Anubis?
Yeah.
Please be careful with Anubis. Even though you are on Jehuti...
Don't worry. I'll bring your Jehuti back to you later in one piece.
Anyway, you were a good fighter. I trust your skills.
What's that?
It's the Bahram fleet. They defend from outside invasions.
Is Leo alright?
He hasn't been captured yet.
There's too much trouble in the sky.
For your own good, you better act with reserve like you're a stranger.
Anyhow, news will soon leak out.
But it is much better if Noman finds out as late as possible. All right, I'll explain what you do next. You can enter Vasilia through the south gate, but first you need to unlock it. You have to destroy 2 facilities on both sides of the gate before you can go into Vasilia territory.
So, I'll need to destroy 2 facilities to unlock the gate, is that right?
That's it. Security in the territory has been much stricter since the Space Force attacked, so be careful.
I will.
I'm leaving Deimos for Mars now. I'll let you know when I get there. The crews on Deimos are starting to suspect me.
Really? Serves you right.
Hey, why can't you be more cooperative?
I think I am.
I shouldn't trust rumors.
What?
Nothing. See you later.
There is a route through the canyon in front of the gate. Metatron is confirmed close by. Go and collect it first. Obtained Metatron. ETR reaction gone. Narita destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. Enemy reinforcements confirmed. I suggest using Gauntlet. ETR reaction gone. Narita destroyed. Dash or keep your distance to avoid damage. Enemy destroyed. destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Enemy reinforcements are confirmed. Estimated combat time is 90 seconds. Narita destroyed. Enemy destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. Obtained Metatron. The gate is locked. First, you need to destroy 2 facilities. Confirm the location of the facilities with the map. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Mummyhead destroyed. Raptor destroyed. Dodge the enemy attack with dash and attack at the same time. Enemy destroyed. Damage level exceeding 50%. ETR reaction gone. Raptor destroyed. ETR reaction gone. exceeding 75%. The gate. reaction gone. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. Make full use of the topography. Damage level exceeding 50%. ETR reaction gone. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Damage level exceeding 75%. Cyclops destroyed. Obtained Metatron. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. ETR reaction gone. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Raptor destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Dodge the enemy attack with dash and attack at the same time.
It's not so easy.
ETR reaction gone. Obtained Metatron. Cyclops destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. You destroyed a lock. There is one more facility with a lock for the gate.
Hey, Jake, take it easy.
A commander type is identified amongst
Y'all
the
be
enemies.
safe.
It may form a party with the surrounding enemies.
Party?
By forming a party, the enemies reinforce their fighting ability using formations and coordinated actions. It is dangerous for you to let them form a party. Before they do so, I suggest destroying the commander type. I will point out the commander type with this icon.
Roger. Sounds tough.
Damage it more by hitting it against the side walls. ETR reaction gone. While attacking. Enemy destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Raptor destroyed. Obtained Metatron. Enemy destroyed. Obtain the device driver of the sub-weapon Phalanx. This weapon produces a massive energy bullet. You can change the diffusion range. It depends on how long you hold the circle button. Reaction gone. Cyclops destroyed. Raptor destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Destroyed. Enemy destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. ETR reaction gone. destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Raptor destroyed. Mummy head destroyed. Obtained Metatron. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. Mummy head destroyed. ETR reaction gone. ETR reaction gone.
Annoying.
Damage level exceeding 50%. Obtained Metatron. Enemy destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Raptor destroyed. ETR reaction gone. All locks have been deactivated. Enemy destroyed. Destroy the commander of the enemy party. Enemy party disconnected. Obtained Metatron. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Raptor destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed.
Viola, you're already here.
I found you. Get ready. Come on, entertain me.
Ada, what can I do with that shield?
If you can guard against the enemy slamming in, you might be able to nullify the enemy shield.
So, an ordinary guard cannot be used.
If you have some sort of catalyst, you can improve Jehuti's abilities.
A catalyst?
Please search for something like a board as a guard.
All right, I can guard from their slamming in as I grab that. Let's do it!
I'm coming. I am coming. That was
Damage level exceeding 75%.
This is only the beginning. It's a great view, isn't it?
Please shake it off.
How about this?
Ada, I can't find anything useful for a guard. We're getting nowhere like this.
The surrounding bind field seems to stun orbital frames momentarily. This might work on the enemy also.
If I could throw that frame at the field,
You will get a chance to attack her.
I will try. Damn it!
We obtained the device driver for the sub-weapon Comet. This is a weapon with great enemy homing capabilities.
When I was with Bahram, Viola was the last person I wanted as an enemy.
The enemy is a battle AI that will never stop following a target while the target continues to exist.
If it's modeled after Viola, it's so much the worse. Ada, is this the settlement?
There are life signs in many buildings. Mission start. Let's eliminate every enemy. I suggest using Geyser. Enemy reinforcements confirmed.
trying to do?
Enemy reinforcements are confirmed.
Stop locking on to the wrong fucking people.
Damage to civilian facilities due to battle increasing. Be careful. Civilian building A destroyed.
What are you doing?
Many civilians are getting killed.
My bad. Jackass is standing around, weren't just standing around. It wouldn't be that bad.
Three more. Two more. One more.
What the hell? Lock on! You're gonna lock on? Thank you.
All the enemies are destroyed. Mission completed.
I could have saved more of them.
What are you doing? Don't butt in at our battle.
A battle? Does the Space Force call massacring innocent civilians battle?
I don't care about Vasilia's people. They're nothing. It doesn't matter whether they're civilians or not. It's still the same.
Shut up! If you say anything more, I'm gonna kill you, you wretch.
What?
Go away! Ada, please put me through to Leo.
All right, I will put you through to Leo Stenbuck.
Dingo, what's wrong?
How has your search for the Levs been going?
I've already saved several people, but they all say they would attack Alman.
They were ordered to, weren't they?
But it's impossible for Levs to attack Baram.
Let them do as they like.
You're heartless, aren't you? If they're your ally...
Is the Space Force my ally? Don't kid me.
What?
Hey, I found a few Lev units in the civilian residential area near the South Gate. If you still think they're your team, you can pick them up.
All right.
Ada, put me through to Taper.
All right, I will put you through.
Henry G, how's everything going?
I did my best. Have you already met Eight Heads?
Yeah. I've confirmed the vector cannon too, but things are worse.
What's wrong?
This location might have been discovered by Baram.
What? Where is it?
This is an energy facility along Ayers Cliff. It seems to be supplying power for Alman.
Wait, the enemy is approaching.
What?
Ada, where is the train going?
It is going via Ayers Cliff along the sea.
They're attacking all the way. Hey, Taper, The train carrying the orbital frame is going towards you.
What's that?
I'll destroy it before it gets there.
Is that right?
After all, it's just on the way. Ada, give me the estimated time of the train's arrival.
Roger. We caught the enemy transport train.
I destroyed it from the rear and worked my way to the front.
I will make vernier control semi-automatic. Until the train arrives. We've got 10 minutes. Enemy destroyed. Carriage is destroyed. Enemy destroyed. Cyclops destroyed. Damage level exceeding 50%. Carriages left. ATR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. Destroyed.
Damn it!
Until the train arrives. We've got 10 minutes. Carriage is destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. Carriages left. Narita destroyed. destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. Narita destroyed. ETR reaction gone. There's only the first carriage left.
Shit, and it took all... yeah, Spider-Man can't stop a train like that.
We obtained the sub-weapon, Decoy. It produces a copy of Jehuti and confuses the enemy's radar.
Taper, I've already stopped the train.
Dingo?
It's you.
I've just arrived on Mars. You know they know where the Lev team and the Vector Cannon are.
I know. I'm coming near it too.
I'll catch you soon.
Noman will find you.
It's all right. Now he's crazy about activating Almon.
When I was in Noman's unit, one of the team was a spy from the Space Force.
Huh?
For some months, no one in the unit suspected him. Not even me.
And then?
But only Noman suspected. I don't know why.
What happened to this guy?
No idea. Next day I saw his left hand in the garbage.
Did it come off when they shook hands?
Stop acting tough.
You are joking, aren't you? It's not funny, though.
No. Since nothing happened to you while working alongside Noman, I can't believe that you're a real spy from the Space Force.
So?
Tell me the truth. What are you?
You don't trust me, do you?
Are you surprised?
Let me tell you something. You concealed yourself after the final mission. What were you doing after that?
It's none of your business.
If you wished, you could have returned to Bahram.
Stop it.
You made up your mind to hide out in Callisto, and you left your comrades to their fate. Isn't that right?
Shut up!
Do you think I can trust such a man? You're just another. Even so, I still trust you.
Huh?
Even now I hear rumors about you. When you were in Bahram, you were not only an excellent runner, but also popular with your pals. They said that only you could match Noman, so I revived you.
And tried to use me.
If you had returned to Bahram and stopped Noman, things would have been different.
Easy to say.
I'm also trying to...
You always depend on others to make it, don't you?
I came to Mars, didn't I?
It's Tabor. I'll hang up.
Henry G., did you make it?
I already stopped the train. And you?
I'm Ellie Caton, a platoon sub-leader of the 8 Heads. I thank you for your support.
Yeah. Any casualties?
Nothing serious, but everyone is exhausted. We need your help.
Don't let them move. Space Force, they're all the same. Hey, Taper!
You came much closer than I expected, didn't you? Orbital frames are fast indeed.
Huh?
Something's approaching. Is that you?
No, I'm still...
What the hell?
Take position! Pull back! Pull back!
Taper, what's going on?
Such speed.
Oh, God!
Obtained Metatron. No sign of the enemy. We lost all Lev units.
You are late, Jeopardy.
You did it, you stupid wind-up doll.
I've already recovered the vector cannon, and you are next. Are you ready?
Don't let a clog grab you. You can get out of a grabbing attack at the very moment of getting grabbed. Decoy release. Decoy release.
This time I have no rod, no plate, and no field. What should I do, Ada?
Let's try any physical attack we can think of.
What's available?
Maybe we can use surrounding enemies.
Grab and use them. Roger.
I'm coming! I continue!
Damage level exceeding 50%. Smashing into surrounding enemies or grabbing the enemy for guard are effective here. Don't let a clog grab you. You can get out of a grabbing attack at the very moment of getting grabbed. Exceeding 50%. the sub-weapon Vector Cannon. It can radiate awesome energy and shoot through compressed space. It takes a while to charge up and uses up a lot of the sub-gauge. And you can only shoot it when Jehuti's legs are firmly on the ground. Be careful. Excellent. The battle level indicated that it was too early for Jehuti to match Nephthys.
I don't feel so good. Viola was one of my teammates.
The enemy was a battle AI.
Yeah, but I'm human. Viola was a comrade. She was sometimes rash, but she was still an excellent runner.
A comrade? Hey, what did you say?
Taper.
Were you on Bahram's side?
Not now, I'm not.
Not now. What? That means you used to be with Bahram, but now you're fighting for the Space Force?
So what?
You're lying. You're still with Bahram.
Have you forgotten I saved you on Deimos?
You were seeking the guidance of 8 heads, weren't you?
Taper, I am not with Bahram.
How can I trust you?
Well, now you come.
Ah!
So it was Nephthys.
Is that also your pal?
Huh?
I can't understand anything anymore.
Taper, calm down.
Huh?
What's wrong? Ken!
Run away!
What the hell are you doing? Viola?
Dingo, the controls won't work.
What?
The AI has taken possession. What should I do now? Dingo!
Shut up! Just shut up! Ada, I'm stopping that frame.
Control of the target appears to be in the hands of a standalone battle AI. You have no choice but to delete the AI. While grabbing the target's body, I can perform the delete function.
I see. I'll try grabbing it.
Dingo, what should I—
Shut up!
I'll indicate the deletion on the monitor.
I'll grab the body and leave deleting the AI to you.
Roger.
Viola, this is the final one.
I'm coming!
Dingo, help
After crossing swords, please try to repel the target. Immediately afterwards, the target will be momentarily unguarded. That's when to grab.
I'll try to cross swords to avoid damaging the body. Is that right?
When the target stops momentarily, please grab its body. I'll set about deleting.
Please help me!
Grab the frame. AI delete.
Stop it!
I'm coming!
Grab the frame. After crossing swords, please try to AI delete.
God damn it. It'd be so much easier just to kill it.
Please help me!
AI delete.
Dingo, help me!
After crossing Sub.
Destroy Deputy. I am coming!
Grab the frame.
Dingo, help me!
What does this just start off with grab?
AI delete.
That should be the end of it. Oh, there we go. That was highly annoying.
This is not Viola.
Destroy. Jehuti. I'll kill you.
Noman made a vengeful ghost. Damn.
AI deletion is complete.
It's only a program. All it can do is carry out its orders.
That's right. Programs cannot override orders.
How miserable. Ken, it's gonna get real hot here. Let's get out now.
Hey, I've never piloted without an AI.
What are you doing? Have all you rookie runners forgotten how to pilot yourselves?
Just help me.
Shame on you. Yet you're always bragging to me.
Dingo!
Just say you're sorry. Tell me you're sorry for having to depend on me.
No way!
Then do it yourself. Ah! Hey, Ken! Jeez. Ken, where are you? Ken!
Dingo, I'm here!
Where? You use weird things.
This is useful. Take it.
We have obtained the device driver for the sub-weapon Wisp.
If I'm falling, catch me with this. You can also pull a distant enemy closer to you.
Here they come. I'll grab you and take you to the top. Let's go.
Grab our jet and carry it to the top of the installation. To grab, press the circle button.
Please, help me!
Enemy reinforcements are confirmed. Eliminate the orbital range first.
Enemy attack! Stop it! Trying to kill me? Ow!
Oh, wrong one. Will you stop blocking onto her? Why? Oh my God.
We're almost there.
Follow the arrow.
We're almost there.
Follow the arrow.
I need to set you down somewhere.
Enemy attack! Dingo! Enemy attack! Dingo! Dingo! Do it
Get him.
quickly! Dingo! Rescue Dingo!
Go and collect it first.
Ow! What are you doing? I'm doomed!
Hey, here we are.
Yeah.
Indeed, I can't believe that you've managed to survive till now.
Well, it's just normal. Wait, I got a communication.
What a troublemaker.
A good match for you.
Stop joking.
Sorry, but I have not been programmed to joke.
You really are a funny computer, aren't you?
Funny.
You and that kid Leo are far more of a perfect match.
Don't make fun of me.
They've activated Almon. Let's hurry.
Wait, I have to go someplace else first.
What?
We have no means to resist Anubis' trickery. Anubis is far too speedy. Just a moment, I need a function to resist that.
But...
I'll ask Lloyd for his cooperation. He's a systems engineer for orbital frames. When I was a trainee, he took good care of me.
Lloyd? He's an odd fellow.
But his skills are supreme.
Exactly. It was Lloyd who analyzed the battle strength of Anubis, but...
It's good for us then. Let's ask him to boost Jehuti's programming. You know the place?
Ayers Cliff has a lab on the top. He's there, but you can be sure it's heavily protected. I'll guide you.
Okay, get in now.
Sorry. Okay, now. Oh. Sorry about that.
Huh?
I'm sorry.
Are you from Marineris?
Yes. The northern part, Tharsis. It's far from the canyon.
Did you volunteer for this duty?
My father was also a soldier.
Tharsis. So you were at the Olympus base?
Yeah. Hey, why were you in Bahram?
Some slogan fooled me into doing it.
For the freedom and independence of Mars?
It must have been a joke. The reality was just destruction and dictatorship. I often wondered about Noman's orders, though. But I couldn't get out of it until that crisis happened.
You mean your final mission?
They needed to take the Metatron to a lab on Jupiter, and we were an escort for them.
And then?
We escorted the Metatron to Antilia colony. After completing the mission, we were heading back to the camp on Callisto. On the way, we encountered an enormous number of the Space Force. There were so many, they covered the horizon. They ambushed us. In those days, the orbital frame was still in the experimental stage. They were on the latest Earth-built model. We were on Levs. There was an incredible performance difference between them and us. I asked for immediate reinforcements, but can you imagine how Noman answered me? Just give up, he said. He was smiling at the time. That was the very same Noman who leaked our situation to Earth. He'd let them ambush us. He killed my pals.
He sold out his own unit?
A sacrifice. Noman had already taken the Metatron without Earth's permission, so he needed to pretend that the mission had failed. My company had been abandoned. I threw myself wholeheartedly into the battle in order to encourage my pals. I told them reinforcements would arrive soon. When I came to, I realized the Space Force had already gone back. Every single one of my pals was completely destroyed. Some civilian workers in Callisto were killed too. I made up my mind not to return to Bahram again. Ever.
Didn't you want to avenge the deaths of your pals?
What could I have done?
You could have returned to Bahram and risen in revolt. If you did, everyone would have been on your side.
Noman had been trying to kill me. If I did go back, he would kill me. Actually, that's what happened.
But...
You saw it, didn't you?
Even knowing Bahram was wrong, you still agreed to work for Noman? Use power for the right things. At least for the things that you believe in.
So who's secondhand?
Huh?
It's not easy, is it?
But I'm...
Forget it. Let's talk about it after all our work is done.
But...
We have no time, right?
Around Lloyd's lab, there are some fixed rapid-fire weapons to prevent invasion. You must advance while steering clear of them. The area is strictly guarded.
If anything, it's totally the old man's preference.
Though it looks like an ordinary plane, there are plenty of armaments buried in the ground to fight off any invasion. We have only one route to get there. Listen to my instructions carefully and do exactly as I tell you.
And if I drop on the way?
You'll get a better tan than you can in an Elysium resort. Stop right here. At first, go straight. If you stray off the safe route, I'll point out the right direction. When you want to change direction, stop and turn there.
You mean I only changed direction without moving?
To change your direction, simply use the right stick.
If I say stop, be sure to stop moving. Then wait for the next instruction.
I see.
Then let's go. Move forward in a straight line. Good. Move forward. Wait, stop. Slowly correct the direction little by little. Right, a little bit more. Right, a little bit more. Good, move forward. Wait, stop. Correct your direction. To your right. To your right. Right, a little bit more. Right, a little bit more. Good, move forward. Wait, stop. Correct your direction. To your right. To your right. Right, a little bit more. Right, a little bit more. Right, a little bit more. Good, move forward. Be careful.
Let's first reduce the enemy with sub-weapons. Enemy destroyed. Cyclops destroyed. Tommyhead destroyed. Enemy destroyed. We obtained the device driver of the sub-weapon Halberd. If you press the circle button, it radiates a powerful laser cannon.
Good. Move forward. Wait, stop. Slowly correct the direction little by little. Right, a little bit more. Left, a little bit more. Good. Move forward. Stop. We're on this side and the other side is... Oh, no. Yeah, maybe. Correct the direction. Left, a little bit more. Good. Move forward. Do it carefully. Correct the direction. To your right. To your right. Right, a little bit more. Good. Move forward. Be careful.
To cancel lock-on, keep pressing the L2 button.
Stop. Correct your direction. To your left. Left, a little bit more. Good. Move forward. Stop. Correct your direction. Stop. Don't turn around when you're moving. I'll lose my course. Stop now. Good. Oh!
I got enough.
Good. Move. Wait, stop. Slowly correct the direction little by little. Good. Move forward. Stop. We're on this side and the other side is... Oh, no? Yeah, maybe. Correct the direction. Left a little bit more. Good. Move forward. Stop. Correct the direction. Right. A little bit more. Good. Move forward. Be careful.
To cancel lock-on,
Stop.
keep pressing
Correct
the
the
L2
direction.
button.
Stop. Don't turn around when you're moving. I'll lose my course. Left a little bit more. Good. Move forward. Stop. Correct your direction. To your right. Good. Move forward. Oh, wait a minute. Correct the direction. To your left.
Missiles approaching. Please defend.
Do it carefully. Correct the direction. To your right. To your right. To your right. To your left. Good. Move forward. Oh, wait a minute. Correct the direction. To your right. To your right. To your right. Right. A little bit more. Good. Move forward.
Encounter. ETR reaction gone. Enemy destroyed. Raptor destroyed. ETR reaction gone. Destroy the commander of the enemy party. Raptor destroyed.
Good. Move. Stop. Slowly correct the direction little by little. Right. A little bit more. Left a little bit more. Good. Move forward. Oh, wait a minute. Correct the direction. Left a little bit more. Good. Move forward. Stop. Correct your direction. Good. Move forward. Be careful.
To cancel lock-on, keep pressing the L2 button.
Stop. You're on this side and the other side is... Oh, no? Yeah, maybe. Correct the direction. To your left. To your left. Stop. Don't turn around when you're moving. I'll lose my course. Good. Move forward. Stop. Correct it. To your right.
I got another rat.